Good morning, one and all present here. I, Dr. Priyanka Malik, on behalf of Amity International Business School, welcome you all on the occasion of biggest conference that is INBUSH Era World Summit 2024. INBUSH Era World Summit is an international business summit and research conference of Asia, which is being organized every year in February. It is an excellent forum to build industry academia relationship with worldwide universities and amity authorities. Each year, this event witnessed the presence of over 1,000 plus dignitaries and top officials from the embassies, high commissions, ministries, trade promotion organizations, renowned corporate leaders from leading national and international companies, vice chancellor, president, deans, and academicians from leading educational institutions in India and abroad. INBUSH Era World Summit 2024 is organizing one of the biggest conference, that is third international conference on recent trends in engineering, technology, and business management jointly with Amity Center for Interdisciplinary Research. The focus of the research conference is to address few of the most essential issues of engineering, technology, and business management. It also serves to foster communication among researchers and practitioners working in a wide variety of scientific areas with a common interest in the improvement of engineering, technology, and business management related techniques. It aims to bring in the academicians and practitioners to jointly discuss and deliberate through their plenary talks and paper presentation on the theme of engineering, information technology, operations, supply chain management, and business management. The vision of the conference is to bring together technology genius is in one venue, not only to present breakthrough research in the area of business application, but also to promote practicality and applications in interdisciplinary exchange of ideas. Now, I welcome you all, uh, our own Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir. Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Director General, Amity Group of Institutions, and Vice Chairman, Global Foundation for Learning Excellence, has an extensive experience of more than 28 years in institutional building, teaching, consultancy, research, and industry. A renowned scholar and academician in the area of international business. He holds the distinction of being the youngest founder pro vice chancellor of Amity University for 2 terms, the founder director general of Amity International Business School, and the founder CEO of Association of International Business School, London. He has been instrumental in establishing various Amity campuses abroad, including London, US, Singapore, Mauritius, Australia, Tashkent, and other parts of the world. He has spoken at various international forums, which include prestigious $1 million roundtable conference at Harvard Business School, New York University, Thunderbird School, University of Leeds, and many more. He has received more than 25 international and uh, national awards and has graced a host of talk shows on various TV channels. He is a mesmerizing orator and has the rare ability of touching the human soul. He is internationally recognized as a known professor in the areas of management and is known in the field of academics as an institutional builder. A writer, professor, distinguished academician, a top-class trainer, international business expert, and the champion of the hearts of the students. So put around, uh, I welcome you, sir, and all of you, please welcome him. Okay. Uh, so now I would like to introduce P.K. Kapoor, sir, the pillar behind this conference. Professor P.K. Kapoor is currently director of Amity Center of Interdisciplinary Research, Amity University, Noida. He has been the former dean of the Faculty of Mathematics Science and former head of the Department of Operation Research, University of Delhi. His vast research experience in the areas of software reliability, optimization, innovation diffusion, modeling, and marketing, and multi-criteria decision making as a tool for interdisciplinary research in human resource development, marketing of brands, big data projects adoption, and other areas of management. His work, he has awarded 42 PhDs and 25 MPhil scholars. He's an author of two books, Software Reliability Assessment with OR Applications, Springer, and Contribution to Harvard and Hardware and Software Reliability, 1999, World Scientific Singapore, and editor-in-chief of International Journal of System Assurance Engineering and Management. It is published by Springer. He has executed various research projects from UGC, DRDO in the areas of software reliability and innovation diffusion modeling. He has been the president of Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operations Management since 2000 and former president of Operation Research Society of India. He has over 350 research paper publication in top international and national journals. Welcome you, sir. Now I would like you to address the gallery.
Thank you. Am I to welcome or welcome all? Anyway, but it's again my pleasure to welcome you all to this conference, which is a annual event now. This conference uh, of recent interest. The topic is very hot. They say that this is the conferences is on trends in engineering, technology, and business management. Sub-theme is digitization, transformation, and business operations. In recent years, we have witnessed an unprecedented pace of digitization sweeping across industries, reshaping traditional paradigms and revolutionizing how we conduct business. The convergence of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, the Internet of Things, and data analytics has catalyzed this digital revolution, empowering organizations to innovate, optimize, and enhance efficiency like never before. Central to our discussion will be concept of digital maturity, the ability of organization to harness the full potential of digitization to drive sustainable growth and competitive advantage. Achieving digital maturity requires a holistic approach encompassing technological investments, cultural shifts, skill development, and strategic foresight. While digitization offers boundless opportunities, it presents formidable challenges and risks from cybersecurity threats and data privacy concerns to ethical dilemmas and the digital divide. The digital age brings forth myriad complexities that demand our attention and vigilance. Thus, we explore the transformative potential of digitization. We must also remain cognizant of the ethical, social, and environmental implications inherent in our technological advancements. I sincerely hope during the 3 days of the conference will not only provide enough impetus to the participants in their future research endeavors, but will also foster national and international collaborations. You may do it through online. Most of the foreigners who are to come, I think 3, 4 of them dropped out. You can always be in touch with them. Shweta is there. She was in Australia. Use that contact, and I think, yeah. But I will not. end up with saying two anecdotes which I am very fond of. Yeah, one is says which reflects what you do, what that they say I had a sparrow as a pet in my house. One day it flew away. Then I had a squirrel which ran away. Then I planted a tree. Both of them came back. It shows how important it is to keep the environment good enough for research. Research requires good freedom without which you cannot do anything. The freedom is the core of research. If you really see that, all these guys sitting from DU or they know it. And secondly, I say those who walk on the shores and those who get into the sea. There's a difference. Those who walk on the shores, people think that he's doing nothing. What will he get on the shores? Only when you jump into the sea, only there you find, you know, something which is fruitful, which is worth doing. You get a lifetime problem of research, but it depends what you want to do. So this is, as I said, ambience is very important. Like when you go to a place, go to somebody's house, or people visiting your house, if ambience is not right, if you don't create that kind of feeling that you come and join and inside, so people may not come. So, so picking pebbles is also. I mean, I for one, I people say I'm a researcher to some extent, but then I've been always on the shores. First thing I do not know how to swim go into the sea, but then I picked up problems on the shores and I competed with several known people all over the world, and I did pretty well, reasonably well. But maybe if I were in US, I would have got a prize something, you know. But here nobody cares unless somebody else gives me prize. India will not give me any prize at all. That's the tragedy here. That is the mindset. What is Kapoor doing? Immediately this question arises that what is Kapoor doing? We do the same. Create a networks and see the difference. Repeatedly, I say that let's do the conference. My main thought behind that is create a network, be in touch, and force them. I know I created a good touch with the Japanese. Earlier, my paper goes for review. It gets into their hands and they reject it. Over a period of time, there was a rejection. Then it hit upon me that why not invite them to India? I invited them to India. They were here, and then they saw what is happening here, and now at least those Japanese are very nice to me that it shows that my paper is never rejected. You may get it revised, but you, they don't reject it. And also many other ways. I also help them. Some books come, they are writing books, and they have to be evaluated whether it is worth publication or not. So that process, you need again people who support you. So therefore, to my mind, this networking in research is very important to succeed in your area. Yeah, rest I think I would only say citation. Citation is the buzzword now. Everybody, you say that I have 50 publications, 100 publications. What is the citation? It's so it depends. If you say if my citation happens to be low, I've written, for example, my citation is 6,000 around. One of my students said he's nearing 3,000, 4,000. Even I don't know what is Khatri's citation index. He's been my student too for PhD research work. But then everybody talks of that, and if you have your citation is not good enough, people say that what has he done? If it is too much, they say he's manipulated. So where to go? You find the mid part and say that here I am. That's all. That, so it is. It depends how you look at how you convince people who have doubts on your integrity, research, and so on. But research is once you get into research, it is fabulous. You like not to sleep in the night and stay awake, so you can bear that. If you have nothing to think, if you are not able to sleep, you maybe you wake the whole house and say what is happening. But once you are into research, it helps you creating a thought. Once you create a thought, even if you're not sleeping, that thought keeps you energetic and good enough, and you value that, what is coming to your mind. And at times when you get up in the morning, the same thought continues, and you can write a research paper. So sorry, citation, I would only say, sir is sitting here. He's the force behind this. He's the motivator behind this conference. And I will only say citation, those who do not have early citations, please do not look something that they cannot do research. Give them time, citations will come. So this is for a, but this is all I have to say. So this area of research that we have touched upon today, we will touch upon. And I only say that the 3 days of deliberation will help you create a network. Create a small network, doesn't matter. You don't have to meet the top man. Top man will not welcome you because you talk smaller things, he talks bigger things. Smaller things he doesn't understand, bigger things you don't understand. Him, the question is how to make a balance. But one thing good about self-praise, I'm doing self-praise. We invited Japanese, 7 Japanese came to a conference, all whom I worship, who were my role model. We all came together. So at least when they say you are Kapoor, I said at least they recognize, they value what I've done. I can talk face to face. But then sometimes we invite people whom we do not know at all. At least those who are here in our conference, all of them I know by name. This is because I have had the freedom of working under him for the last 10 years plus. So he gave me complete freedom. I think he deserves, Dr. Gurinder Singh is a great applause for encouraging research in at least in AIPS. Professor Sinha is here. Pankaj Sinha oh, sorry, so ask him how many business schools, allow their faculty to do research. Even Delhi University, he's the one who is very good at that because he comes from an area called statistics. He's applied into finance in a big way. He's a successful author and is known to reckon with. I always tell Professor Sahai that you, you be in touch with him. Your network is right in India. You don't have to see somebody from abroad. So this is what I have to say today. I hope you will enjoy your stay. We'll make it as comfortable as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Uh, Kapoor sir said very well that networking is one of the most important part of these kind of conference because when two brains, talk together so new idea comes. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir to address the gathering. Give him a huge round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you. We will be commencing with a formal inauguration at 1 o'clock, but it's always a privilege to be in the pre-research conference which Professor Kapoor is organizing year after year. Uh, I think that there must be around 200 people sitting in my office right now who are right now deliberating and trying to welcome the world leaders who will be joining. But Professor Kapoor, we have such a high respect for you that 200 world leaders can wait. But a person who at this age is so passionately doing work needs our support, needs our appreciation. I am personally a fan of yours and the wonderful work you're doing. Give a huge applause to him. I think one thing which we imbibe at MIT is giving respect to the researchers, giving respect to the elders, and giving respect to those who are the founders, who are able to guide you. And I think that you are one such person who has not only guided MIT, but hundreds and thousands of young researchers and have made a difference into your life. May God give you a very long life, a very healthy life. You keep on inspiring people, keep on publishing, keep on producing world-class researchers. We feel so proud on you and on your achievement. Once again, give a huge applause to him. Professor Pankaj Sinha, the more I talk about, the more I read about you, I think you are one name who has helped not only Delhi University and Faculty of Management Studies, but we see lot of energy in you, in your writing, the quality which you are bringing in your research. Keep coming to MIT. This is your own institution. We would like to be associated for all times to come. My good friend, Admiral Bhatnagar, I can see Dr. Khatri, again, a world-renowned researcher. Dr. Khatri, whatever you have done under the guidance of Professor Kapoor as a research scholar, but also as the person who is leading MIT University on the various research initiatives. We feel so proud on you. I got a chance to look at you when you are at Tashkent. One can very proudly say that he is an research leader of the world who works with lot of passion. And the other day at 7:30 in the evening, I called him. I said, I want to see a presentation that how the research is going in this university. And he sat with me with all charts and eye-opening charts. I would say very good analysis. Keep on doing good work, Dr. Khatri. Feel so proud on you as well. I can see Professor Suraj Rana, Dr. Sachin Kumar, Dr. Deepak Kumar from AITT, and also our own very known researchers, Professor Kapoor, who is so ably leading our PhD program. Keep on doing the good work. Dr. Shweta, who was with me in Australia, I would say that there are very few young people who take inspiration, and I can see Dr. Navleen also joining us. Both of them, they did a wonderful work. I think that Professor Kapoor, both of them need a huge applause from all of us. Good work. Uh, in University of Monash, which is one of the top universities of the world, both of them single-handedly managed to organize a conference where the Vice Chancellor of Monash was there, where almost all the Group A top researchers were there, and seeing was believing. The way they did, whole night working, and then with no experience. So I think that someone has to start from the very beginning, and that is a charm of MIT, that people start doing work right from the very beginning. We feel so proud on our faculty who has been doing it. Dr. Anupma, great work by you. Again, a world-renowned researcher. She has been doing conferences in the France. Last night, I don't know whether you have got that email, but at 1:30, I got a email from the Vice Chancellor of York. Right, so this time they will be coming to Paris to do it. At MIT, we have been doing, Professor Kapoor was talking about small networks. I think small is beautiful, but big is always very satisfying. So we take small steps, but at the same time, it was a passion which drove us to go across the globe. This time the QS ranking came, and in the QS ranking, they gave MIT a rank the best in internationalization and doing the international networks. And how we did it? We tried that through our very passionate students and those who are still a student, we should create a network. So we started creating very small network. We did first conference in Noida, and we had no clue that how we will be creating the network. So we started going to people like Professor Kapoor, we started going to people like Mrs. Sinha, we went to IIMs, we went to IITs, we brought few researchers together. But it also inspired us that let's try to do something which is bigger. So we went to IEEE, UK and Ireland. And for the first time, any Indian university sent up a proposal. And I was invited to give a presentation. And by the way, I'm not an engineer. So, but I was allowed to give a presentation being a senior member of IEEE. And they said that no one from India, from IEEE, their president or their person has ever given a presentation. So all of a sudden, one person who is from the management domain as a group vice chancellor has suddenly sent a proposal. What makes you think about UK and Ireland? So I gave a presentation for about 20 minutes and convinced the entire house that it's going to be the first Asian university which will be organizing a conference with University College London. And they got convinced. So first conference from any Asian university happened at University College London, and we feel so proud that this year we are going to organize the fifth one in London again, which is being supported now by more than 69 UK and Ireland. So if you take a small step, it will surely give a birth to the much bigger. So you should be on the shore, but don't fear also venturing into the sea. Shore is beautiful, it's always good, but it's always satisfying, even if you try to go deep into the sea. So my lesson to all, or my message to all of you would be that take small steps, but be very happy. Whatever you do, you should be very happy. Because if you are contented from inside, you will bring a change. A lot of people talk about change. Dr. Chauhan, who's a very visionary leader of this university, who founded this university, I got a chance to work with him when we were only 4 or 5 people. So from 4 rooms to 250,000 students, it's a long journey. I will tell you some story in the inauguration, but it's a long journey. So I have spent somewhere about 28 years in this university. I think experience-wise, I'm the oldest here. Professor Kapoor. So almost all systems, all universities, all land, establishing research networks, going from one place to another, hiring people, not firing at least, yeah, but hiring people, inspiring them, and then trying to becoming a part of their vision and seeing that they should be happy is has been my role. And I have no regrets. Whatever I have done, ups and downs, challenges, day and night, it was exciting journey. But the chancellor of this university, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who himself is a product of London School of Economics, always talks about change. And that is a reason. And that is the reason that why we have done what we have done is that we have kept this time a theme that how you should bring a change. So we are concentrating on 5 C's. And I often say, and this is for the 25th time, so that we are organizing it. So this 24th INBUSH, 25 years of history, right? For 2 years, I was not here. So I was in the industry trying to look at that how we can do commercial research. But 27 years is a big time, it's a long time. In 27 years, almost everything changes. Life changes, economies change, companies change, government change, and many times the hair of the skin and the color of your hair also change when you dye hair, right? That changes. But I think that one thing which doesn't change is a passion at MIT with which you work. Age is a number, Professor Kapoor. Whenever I meet Professor Kapoor, I often say, what I say, you look very young, right? You look very, yeah, bilkul, bahut young hai, right? The other day, we went to Deer Park. Yeah, look, he's smiling now. Yeah. So, and we brought the vice chancellor of one of the, I think there were 6, 7 vice chancellors were sitting, good friends, and Professor Leslie. She remembers you. Yeah, look, he's so happy. Yeah. So, and then the music started, And someone, then Professor Leslie said that, will you like to dance? So I said, no, I'm very poor in dancing. But what made me joyful was that Professor Kapoor stood up, right? And the way he danced, I thought it may be 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He danced for about 20 minutes, right? So, and he enjoyed it. So, which means that he is a person who likes to interact with people. So, I think that passion with which you work, with which you do network is very, very important. And I often say that great team is not in great numbers. Great team is not in great numbers. Right? UK was such a country, small country, equivalent to the size of a Punjab. They ruled the entire world. Similarly, Professor Kapoor, researchers, they are never in large numbers, but the quality which they produce, it rules the world. So my compliments to all of you who are serious players, because you are the one who are going to change the world. So people told me that today I should speak something about change. So I'm going to talk about the change. But before I do that, I think that there are a number of people who are sitting here, the organizing team and the researchers who are online. Let's give a huge applause to all of them. I've not been able to take the names of everyone. But let me take also the example of Nelson Mandela. He asked me to speak on change. So let me talk about change. Those who bring change, the life is not easy for them. It is always difficult. Similarly, those who do research, life is not very easy for them. It's difficult, but their impact is very deep. I'm not talking about citations. I'm not talking about impact factor, but I'm talking about the impact they make to the world. One of my book was about to be released today. 8,000 copies were sold. Right, I got the confirmed order, and when it was being released today, I have stopped it. Right, I still feel that it will take some time for me to still review it. So the publisher was very annoyed. He said, no, no, you should not be. It should be released today. So I said, no. But what makes you satisfying is that the work is ready, but the ready work and the one it goes to the readers, it really needs to be impactful. So why I'm taking the example of Nelson Mandela? Because he brought a change by the 5 C's about which we'll be talking about with INBUSH, by dreaming to live in a South Africa, in a free South Africa. And they were slaves at that time. A country where there is no discrimination. And that is what he writes in his book. A country which can grow and breathe a free air. The fruit of this dream was. And when you take a dream, you need to be, you have to be a visionary and ready to take the pain. This was his only dream. The only crime he did to make a change in the society was that he wanted his country to be free. He wanted his country to be strong. He wanted his country to be without discrimination. Result, 27 years he was in prison. 27 years. Right? But now look at the impact which he had on the society. He sacrificed everything for his dream. Like you have a dream, we have a dream, you have a dream. He sacrificed everything for his dream, everything for his vision, for his passion. He sacrificed his entire family. He was not allowed to attend the funeral of his mother. माँ सबसे important होती है ना? So when mother died, he was not allowed to attend the funeral. He was not allowed to see the dead body of his son. His son died when he was in jail. Right? He was not allowed to see the body of his son. He was divorced. Right? When you are fighting the worst circumstances, चूहे भाग जाते हैं. सब लोग आपको छूट जाते हैं. Mother body he was not able to see. Son body he was not able to see. He was divorced, right? And left alone with his struggle to bring freedom. He still never cried. कभी रोए नहीं Mandela. He never cried. But it was a great leader, Nelson Mandela, who brought the freedom to South Africa and became the leader of leaders. It was Mandela who decided when he had to come out of the prison, on what terms. And it was finally Mandela who was elected as the first undisputed president of South Africa. People saw the great president who is rising, who is coming in the best of the business suit and addressing people. But people never saw the kind of pain he has went through for 27 years. And that is what the change is all about. So for all those researchers who are sitting here and those who want to become the world leaders, you should be very clear that if you want to go high in your life, it will not be instant reward. But when the reward will come, it will be satisfying. When the impact of your research will come, it will be very deep impact. And his famous speeches, I was looking at the internet and I'm afraid that from there I quote. He says that during my lifetime, I have decided to dedicate myself to the struggle of African people. I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination. I want to see a change. I want a transformation. I have a dream that one day we will have an ideal of democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunity. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. And that was a great leader, Nelson Mandela, who is one of the most respected leaders of the world of a century. And that is how the change will come. Change will not come, they will only say that we want to bring a change. Change will only come, it will have a deep impact when what you speak and what you do, it matches with you. When you take a courage to go across the world and do the things, from the last many years, our researchers, they are going from one country to another. We started our journey from Noida. We went to London empty handed. Today, it's a landmark. From London, we went to New York. We are now doing the 7 conferences there. From London, we went to Toronto. We organized a research conference there. From Toronto, we came to Singapore. We organized 3 conferences there. From Singapore, we went to Tashkent and we organized conferences there. Dr. Khatri, you know how easy and how difficult it was. It is not easy to take people, international community along, sending proposals, reviewing papers, giving presentations, convincing people from different regions. And then from Tashkent, we went to Dubai. And this year we are going to France once again. So it's a network. But look what we have been able to produce 7 years now down the line. The impact is that today, more than 200 world leaders, the Dean of Harvard Business School, Dean of NYU, the President of Monash, the Vice Chancellor of University of Adelaide, the Vice Chancellors of all the Group 8 universities, the Presidents of all the Russell Group of universities are where? They are at your university today. So that is a deep impact. If you want to bring a change in the society, you need to work with designation, without designation. Let's now take example of another visionary, Gandhiji, that how he brought a change into the society. Gandhiji was another revolutionary who brought a change through 5 C's. He too was a dreamer. Normally, you will find that the people who do research, they dream, because through your dream, you will bring new things. You can bring something related with AI. You can come to digital. You talk about machine learning. You will come with the new theorems. He too was a dreamer, and he had no weapon. And Guardian, which is one of the most respected newspapers of the world, they say that he was the most influential and impactful communicator. The one who doesn't speak is the most effective communicator, as per the Guardian. And how he used to one-liner philosophy. And he said that be the change that you wish to see in the world. So he said that I will like to change myself. And if I will change, then the world will change. He took no position. Can you help him? Yeah, he took no position. He used to speak so less. Still, he was regarded as the best speaker and amongst the most powerful leaders of the world. The third impactful leader, Martin Luther. Right. So Martin Luther, another revolutionary, brought a change through 5 C's, about which we are going to talk in INBUSH. Again, he had no designation. Dr. Khatri, the other day we were discussing, and you said that designations are very important. They are important. But you will find that people who made impact in the society, they create their own mark. Professor Kapoor, you are talking about recognition. If someone who likes you recognizes, that is more than enough. More than enough. We recognize you. We understand your impact. If 5,000 people are there with you on Facebook, 50,000 people on Instagram, right, and 100,000 on Twitter, and 200,000 on LinkedIn, and they keep on commenting on you. Do you think that they are your friends? They are not, right? So rather than concentrating on 500,000 people who don't know you, if it's a small group of 15, 20 people who really care for you, it has more impact. And Martin Luther, he gave one of his speeches, which changed the entire history of United States of America. And I quote, and he said, I have a dream. I have a dream that one day this nation, United States of America, will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of the former slaves and the sons of our former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that my four little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, by the content of their character. I have a dream today, and I have a dream for a better America of tomorrow. And you will not believe it. On the Times Square, thousands of people came and they wrote the history for United States of America. And he was not the president of America. And people say that till today, no president of United States of America has been so influential and has touched the human hearts like Martin Luther was able to touch. And same is the dream which MIT has been able to take under the leadership of your founder. And I can say this not because I'm a group vice chancellor of this university, but because I have been working very closely with him. The founder of this university came to India 3 days back. No one knew us. No one knew us. 3, 4 of us, we used to sit together. And he said that I have a dream that one day we will have a university. We are not having a university. And one day we will have a university. One day we will have an education group, which will be having branches across the globe. People used to laugh at us. I remember for the first time I went to Harvard. By the way, we are now one of the largest partners of Harvard University. So for the first time when I went to Harvard, people asked me, where is Emma? Right. 12 years later, we were sitting together with the dean of the Harvard Business School inside the Harvard organizing a research conference. 27 years later, the dean of the Harvard Business School was here, was talking at INBUSH. Right. In this conference, they have become the partner and they are now doing this research conference in partnership. So I think that dreams are very, very important. Change surely comes up. If you think about creating something which has impact, you will be able to do. We feel so proud on the faculty of MIT, which has been able to do wonderful work, 2,100 patents, H index of 137, which you have been able to create, the impactful research which all of you are doing. And in India, most of the universities earlier, they were the teaching universities. So from teaching universities to research universities, Professor Kapoor, it is something on which India should feel proud. So give a huge applause to all those who are attending. My compliments to all of you that you are making a difference in India. India is breathing very fast. And I can say it because I spent almost 20 days in a month traveling across the globe. I was just last week in London, and we signed an agreement with the University of Oxford Said Business School. Professor Sumitra Datta is a very good friend, and he's going to be a part of INBUSH also, becoming to sign another MOU with us. What I saw was that from nowhere, where people never used to give respect to India, people have started giving a lot of respect to Indian researchers, to Indian academics. And at MIT, we are trying to do this. From a teaching university to a university which should be research based, and from a research based university which should touch and should be able to change the career of the students. And from 2024 onwards, what we are trying to do is what we are trying to do is that we are trying to make a difference into the life of those who are sitting in front of us. So 3 things we are doing. We are doing a very impactful research. We are trying to create a system from 2024 onwards, Dr. Khatri, changing the entire syllabus of this university. So from 12 courses which are taught to the students in per semester, we are going to concentrate at only 4 to 5 courses, and rest is research based. Final semester of the students, all of you, you will get a chance to do your apprenticeships and do your internships with some of the leading brands of the world, including at Oxford. And that is going to impact your career. It will bring a change into our system. I remember that when I used to speak 7 years back at INBUSH, only the race was that our students were going abroad. Today, when the Vice Chancellor of Monash will come, they will speak 500 students from Monash. They are coming to MIT. 500. And it's one of the top universities of the world. That is the impact. That is a change. But we also want that our students, they should go to Australia. Our students, they should get a certification. So we are making it a part of the syllabus. All students of MIT University to start with, and maybe then we will offer this to the entire country. They will get a chance to get certified from top 100 companies of the world. I'm saying of the world. Google, Microsoft, MasterCards. To name a company, Amazon, we will make it compulsory and we will give you a bouquet. You want a certification along with your 4 courses, and you will get a time also. Because if you're doing 12 courses, you hardly have a time to get certificates. So now when you are your course is very practical, you will get a time to get certifications. So my dream is, the dream of your founder is, and the dream of the entire faculty is that all of you should be getting the certifications from some of the leading brands of the world. Now, any student who is able to take 2-3 certifications per semester, so which means in undergrad, you are able to get about 12 certifications. The postgrad level, you're taking about 10 to 12 certifications from the leading companies of the world. It will have more meaning. Also, we are trying to look at that all of you should be certified and you should spend some time with some of the top universities of the world. So if you want to do a capsule with Harvard, go there. We will give you a chance. If you don't want to go there, you want to do it online, do it inside here. You want to do something from MIT, do it. You want to do something with Stanford, do it. And this is happening so fast that we are going to announce it in this INBUSH. That is the power of INBUSH. Give a huge applause to INBUSH. And it will generate, and you will find that this small step will make a difference into the life of youngsters for whom we live. Who are our kids? We want to see that they should be treated equal. Like Martin Luther said, that we want that there should be a day when everyone, whether black or white, they should be sitting equally on the same table and negotiating. It's our dream that our kids, our daughters, our sons, our students, they should be sitting and rubbing shoulders in an interview with an American, with a UK based person, with a European at a same salary. If they are getting a salary of 65,000 euro as a starting salary, my children, they should also get 65,000 as a starting salary. We want to see that they should also be smiling. We want to see that they should also have good cars. We want to see that they should also have good houses. They should have good homes. And ultimately, they should be happy. That is what we wanted, a change. And that is what we wanted, that we should be able to bring. And research, good work of academics, discipline, and step-by-step approach is going to do it. It was a enthusiastic and amazing journey of the last 27 years. Good luck to all of you. It's certainly a privilege to be a chairman for the 24th time and to come and speak here. But we feel so proud on each one of you who has supported MIT. May God bless each one of you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful to have you here. Uh, you are a big, inspiration for all of us. We are so privileged to have you between us. And now, now I request Gurinder sir and Kapoor sir and Bhatnagar sir to come forward and felicitate, welcome our guest, Professor Pankaj Sinha. Please keep applauding for them. Pankaj Sinha, sir. He's a professor of, of Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. Welcome, sir. Now, now I request Dr. Ruchika Malhotra. Uh, please come on the stage and sir, I go down. Dr. Ruchika Malhotra is the head of department and professor in the Department of Software Engineering at DU. She has served as Associate Dean in Industrial Research and Development. She was awarded with the prestigious Raman Fellowship for pursuing postdoctoral research at Indiana University, Purdue. She received her master's and doctorate in software engineering from the University School of Information Technology. So she's getting Amity Academic Excellence Award. Sir, I request, yeah, sir, I request all of you to release our book. Thank you so much, sir. We know that you have a very busy schedule. We are so thankful to have you here. Thank you so very much. Please applaud for Sir Gurinder Singh, sir. Now we will move ahead. Now I would like to introduce Professor Pankaj Sinha, sir. Professor Pankaj Sinha is a professor at Faculty of Management Studies at DU. Professor Sinha's research, professional and teaching interests revolve around the areas of Bayesian econometrics, financial forecasting, financial engineering, financial mathematics, financial risk management, investment analysis, and computational finance. He has published papers in leading academic international journals as well as in international conferences. Over the years, he has delivered lectures on financial econometrics, computational finance, advanced quantitative methods, and advanced forecasting in India, USA, and Europe. He has been regularly invited as a key speaker at IIM Lucknow, MDI Gurgaon, National Labour Institute, National Academy of Custom Excise and Narcotics. Dr. Sinha also has expertise in the area of Bayesian evaluation of forensic evidence and probability of guilt. He is associated with the various training programs for higher judicial officers, forensic scientists, and police officers conducted by NICFC, Ministry of Home Affairs. I request Professor Sinha, sir, to address the gathering.
So, respected my teacher, Professor Kapoor, Admiral Bhatnagar, distinguished faculty of MIT University, research students and students of this university. It's a great privilege to be here among researchers of MIT University and the researchers who are going to participate in this very important conference. I just see here just the commitment and vision of Professor Kapoor when we were doing research at University of Delhi way back in 1980s. I got interacted with him in 1984. The kind of inspiration, the kind of encouragement we get from Professor Kapoor is amazing. We learned how to do research with passion, to create some difference with the creativity, and to bring new things in the area of our research, which Professor Kapoor taught us way back in 1980s at University of Delhi. And sir, today, the way I heard the group chairman, group vice chancellor about you, really, sir, we are really proud of you, sir. And it's not any award. You have awarded us lot many things. We are your award, sir. The way we are functioning, the way you have trained us is a great. Coming to the basic theme of the conference, the most important thing which we learned from the COVID, had it not been digital world, would have the whole economy would have collapsed. Not many things, obviously, we learned from the COVID, how the product and services of the industry has to be digitalized, the way the new technology is coming up, the way we are using all digital money, digital conferences. Now your conference is also digital classrooms. It's great. We will have very important person, Mr. Uday, will be coming here in this conference and give you the lot many insights that how this AI and machine learning is going to be used for the industrial products, industrial management, asset management. He will be talking about in this conference. My basic concern is being in a business school, if we see the problems what India is facing, currently you must be knowing that Indian economy is growing to more than 4 trillion, and we have now just approaching to the third largest economy in the world. Though the changes have been made, the third place has taken by Germany from Japan. The difference between our economy, Germany and Japan, is just 0.2 trillion. So the moment we just grow more than just 0.2 trillion, we will be reaching to the third largest economy in the world. The major concern right now is with the technology and the kind of conference which we are going to address here. Whether how we are, because we missed our this manufacturing bus. Now only thing which you have the how we are going to make India as a knowledge economy. So service sector is growing, and we can't compete with China and Germany and France on manufacturing sector, but we can compete very easily on service side. And our median age is going to be 40 years in 2053. And major concern of this whole India is how to raise our per capita income from $2,000 to $10,000 and then to $20,000 by 2053. And this can be only happen through raising productivity through technology. The kind of research which we, with the research which we are doing. The research in the area of quantitative field, the AI and machine learning, where we are going to analyze a lot of data and to bring a lot of change in by enhancing the productivity, by enhancing the efficiency, and as sir pointed out, the how to bring these changes, make them sustainable. And this is the this should be the our aim. And thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm very proud to be here with sir. It gave me a lot of thinking again to how to interact with sir again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. As we, know that welcoming our guest is the tradition of our Amity University. So I welcome Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, Representative IEEE UP Section, Associate Dean, AK2U, Lucknow University. Welcome you, sir. I invite Kapoor sir, Bhatnagar sir, Pankaj sir to felicitate our guest, Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, and Pranay sir as well with a memento. Kapoor sir. Sir, I welcome you in Amity University, which is the largest educational institution in the entire world. Please keep applauding. Thank you so very much, sir. Now moving ahead, now I would like to introduce Rear Admiral Alok Bhatnagar, sir. Alok Bhatnagar, sir, is a first generation naval officer and is an alumnus of the 60th course of National Defense Academy. He was commissioned in the executive batch of the Indian Navy on 1st July 1985. Presently, Bhatnagar, sir, is a Deputy Director General, International Affairs Division at Amity University. Sir, I request you to address the gathering. Please welcome him with the
Good morning, Dr. Professor Kapoor, Professor Sinha, very erudite professors and faculty from Amity as well as from universities outside in Delhi as well as from other cities of India. So I actually I'm feeling extremely out of place in the presence of such well-read, such well-educated people. I am basically from the Navy, but yes, now I am with Amity. So at the outset, I would just like to compliment the organizers for choosing such a relevant topic for this conference. I am sure that you're all aware that the advent of transformational concepts like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, metaverse, blockchain, big data, etc., have necessitated rapid and disruptive changes in the way technology is employed to address complex global problems like climate change, healthcare, food security, and many others. In order to optimize results from these concepts, it is important that there is complete synergy between engineering and technology. Such synergy is also pivotal for the progression of both fields, as engineering relies on technology for realization of its current level of sophistication, and engineers employ technology to advise, produce, and refine systems and products. The evolution of technologies is often spurred by the requirements and aspirations of engineers striving to address intricate challenges, devise inventive solutions. For instance, advancements in material science, like the use of carbon fiber and Kevlar, have arisen from the necessity of lightweight materials for aerospace, etc. So the interdependability and connectivity between technology and engineering is undisputed. On the other hand, management assumes critical role in the development and commercialization of emerging technologies. Management professionals identify markets, opportunities, securities, funding, and formulate business plans for facilitating and introduction of new technologies to the market. It is the seamless interplay of these vital ingredients, that is engineering, technology, and business management, that generates wealth, solves global problems, and spurs the individuals like you to indulge in meaningful discussions, which I'm sure will ensue during the proceeds of the day and beyond. May I take this opportunity to wish the conference all the very best, and I'm sanguine that some valuable outcomes will emerge after your informed deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Now I request Professor Ruchika Malhotra to give a keynote talk on.
A very good morning to all of you. So today, my topic of my keynote speeches, so I have been told I have to summarize it in 10-15 minutes due to short of time. So I'll just, as I am already introduced, so today I'll be talking about enhancing software quality using machine learning. I'll just briefly summarize the current trends in the area of software quality predictive modeling using machine learning. We have a team in Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University, a research group that is working in this area. And I have just summarized the names of the team member here. So before I begin, let me just briefly tell you what is software quality. Software quality is defined as the extent to which the software meets the user requirements. So this is a formal definition of software quality. And when I talk about software quality predictive modeling, so there are various applications of this area, starting from effort prediction to maintainability prediction to reliability prediction to testability prediction to change prediction to fault prediction. So software quality can be predicted in multiple attributes, you can say, of software quality can be predicted using machine learning techniques. So coming on to what is the benefit of creating these prediction models. These prediction models can help various software industry professionals in multi-phases, such as managers. Software managers can allocate resources efficiently by using these predictive models. The software designer can redesign, reconsider, modify the design of their classes using these prediction models. Software developers in the industry can pay focused attention on the areas that are predicted to be more fault prone or more change prone in the industry, and software testers can prioritize their testing resources according to the outcome of these prediction model. So early software quality prediction, it saves time and cost and resources. Relatively, the cost of correction multiply as we go down in the software development lifecycle phase. So as soon as we detect and correct the errors, the better is the the cost of correcting these errors and the time spent to correct these errors go down. So there are various repositories from where we can get the historical data for creating these prediction model. Being the ideal one is the industry. So the software industry is the the industrial software, the proprietary software, the privately created software from industry are the the you can say the ideal thing that we can get. But in India, I have been to Finland, I have been to USA, I have seen, I have collaborated with the researchers there. But in India, it's a bit difficult to get data from industry. We need industrial collaborations and ethical policies so that we can promote the data collection from the industry. A more compromisable solution is getting data from open source repositories such as from Android software or Apache open source softwares. So data for creating these prediction models using machine learning or any statistical or any search based or evolutionary technique, we can get data from open source software repositories. Now, coming on to machine learning, so everyone is aware of what is machine learning. The goal, the prime purpose of machine learning technique is to create or develop programs that learn from past experience and that automatically improve the performance, and automatically they keep on adapting to new environment, new situations, new data sets, new findings over time. The benefits of machine learning techniques are multifold. It's like it can be used to solve complex and intractable problems in a lesser amount of time. Machine learning can be how it can be applied to software quality predictive modeling. The techniques, the data analysis techniques can be applied by analyzing by, first of all, by collecting the various matrix or measures from historical software repositories. Then we can apply an appropriate data analysis or a machine learning technique for creating predictive models in various areas that already have focused on, maybe reliability, maybe fault proneness, maybe change proneness, maybe effort prediction. And these prediction model can be used by software professionals, industrialists, to predict the future instances. I'll just summarize quickly. So I have less time today. So there are five phases in which we can develop these predictive models. Coming on to, I always focus these phases in my every talk so that a research scholar or a faculty member or any academician or a software industrialist who's working in this field, he or she follows a systematic approach for developing these models, such as they defining the study, creation of research questions, appropriately creating hypothesis of the research, coming on to selecting appropriate venues of data collection, selecting appropriate research variables, going up to describing the data, collecting the measures of central tendency or measures of dispersion, summarizing the data, then cleaning the data through outlier, maybe a removal of outliers or missing values or duplicates and so on. Going on to creation of the prediction models using machine learning techniques, testing the hypothesis, uh, reporting the threats of to validity that are present in the study, going using qualitative and quantitative analysis to report the results and so on. So these are, and finally, the ethics we should keep in mind if we are doing a questionnaire kind of study or we are collecting data from industry. So the ethical values, the ethics that are involved in the collection part should be followed. Now, there are various, techniques that machine learning techniques that have been been used in creation of prediction model, going from decision trees to Bayesian learners to ensemble learning techniques such as using random forest or using bagging, boosting, these kind of techniques. or the use of neural networks, support vector machines, rule-based learning techniques, or applying various evolutionary or search-based techniques. So these techniques have been, quite a time since we started in, late 2000s. We have been applying these techniques, and we have been summarizing the results that have been obtained using these techniques. So what we have seen by summarizing the results, that there is a shift in in the popularity of these data analysis techniques. Although in previous, if you will see, and I think Professor Kapoor will agree with me, that in traditional days we used to use statistical techniques in reliability analysis or mathematical modeling in reliability analysis. And these were so similarly, we used to use a statistical technique, logistic regression in fault prediction. So in early stages of creation of these models, quite in the early years, still they are the popularly used techniques in research. And just now, Professor Kapoor told me that his work that he carried out 20 years before, it has been continued by one of his students, and it has been well recognized and published in a very renowned journal. So still, statistical analysis and the traditional techniques are the focus. And although after the launch of machine learning techniques, there are various studies that have been, being published, and machine learning techniques followed by search-based techniques, they are gaining importance. In fact, the application is now changing. The application in the area of software engineering, if I talk about quantum computing, it's a very recent. And sir, if you will see, there are very few publications when I talk about quantum computing and predictive modeling, but it is gaining. One of my research student has started working, and I think each and every paper is well being recognized in journals, because it's a very a new kind of area for software engineering and predictive modeling. Similarly, if I talk about the shifting of trends. We are into transfer learning. So no longer we create models from the same data that was used for for collection. We use different data sets. We may in fact have the different measures. For one project we have matrix set A, and other project we may have matrix set B. Similarly, machine learning technique for one training may be different, testing may be different. So we should be able to transfer knowledge. So transfer learning is another area, upcoming area in software quality predictive modeling. Uh, Now coming, so I'm just quickly summarizing because I have less time. So one of the area that the researchers can focus is transfer learning. So I'll just come on to that slide. Yeah. So you can see here in transfer learning, the model developed from source data. Yeah, so the knowledge gained from developing that model is transferred to some other model. I mean to say the target data may be different than the source data. Similarly, the matrix suit that we have used to develop the model from source data may be different to the the target data. A second, a very recent trend is working on imbalance learning. Is although it has been now few years that we have been working on imbalance data problem in software quality predictive modeling. See, if I talk about risky classes, so there are there may be a few risky classes in the whole software, and most of the classes will be non-risky. So given this fact, I may have imbalanced data. That means one outcome class may be in majority and another outcome class may be in minority. So how to deal with such kind of data sets and how to go about predictive modeling is another challenge. Although the use of machine learning techniques is increasing, and day by day, and the search based algorithm are also being used, also they are a bit time consuming. So we are going towards hybridization of maybe one machine learning and another search based technique, so that the advantage of one technique and the advantage of another technique can be used in in conjunction with the other technique. So that is another area that is giving importance these days. Coming on to machine learning technique, automated parameter tuning. Right now we are using hit and trial method for selection of parameters of machine learning or a search based technique. So automated parameter tuning is another area that has that is being and needs further to be explored in the area of software quality predictive modeling, where the parameters are selected automatically by various algorithms. Then just in time defect prediction, where we have we create models that keep on predicting the defects dynamically. So that is another area that has to be explored. Another thing is ensemble learning. Please a bit Vivek. So another area is ensemble learning. Ensemble methods are, we may use ensemble learning. It doesn't mean that we use random forest or backing or boosting. Ensemble of algorithms is another thing where we dynamically select algorithm based on the output that we are getting. So that is another by maybe using weighted voting method or voting based approaches. These algorithms still needs to be further developed in the area of software quality predictive modeling. Now, if I talk about now, as everyone is aware that deep learning is, it's a buzzword these days, but deep learning is nothing. It's just like when you deepen the network. So when I have very, very large amount of data for quality prediction and problem is a bit complex, then I can use a deep learning method for feature generation, for feature integration, and so on. So that is, another area that still has to be is already there but still needs to be explored in the area of quality predictive modeling, where the feature generation, the feature integration, the reduction of attributes, transfer learning, parameter optimization, these are few areas where deep learning can be applied in the area of software quality predictive modeling. Apart from that, just one more area that I highlighted in the beginning, quantum computing, how that can be merged, or if we can gather data from that particular those particular categories of softwares and do predictive modeling, that is another upcoming area. So just I wanted to summarize the so that the young academicians or the researchers who are present here can carry out their work in these areas. So thank you so much, and I would like to thank Professor Kapoor for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and thank you so much, sir.
ये ज्वाइन नाम पता नहीं मुझे। उदय कुमार।
I request Kapoor sir, Pankaj Sinha sir, and Bhatnagar sir to come forward and facilitate Ruchika ma'am with the memento. Thank you so very much, ma'am, to be here. And, it was so wonderful to have you here. Thank you. Now, moving ahead, I request Mr. Syed to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to introduce our speaker, Professor Uday Kumar. Professor Kumar is the Chair Professor of Operation and Maintenance Engineering and Director, Leela Railway Research Center at LTU JVTC. He's also a member of the board of Leela University of Technology. He has more than 30 years of experience in research, consulting, and finding solutions to industrial problems, directly or indirectly related to the reliability and maintenance of engineering assets. Professor Kumar is one of the editors in the chief of International Journal of System Assurance Management and the area editor Europe for Journal of Quality in Maintenance Engineering. He has published more than 350 papers in the international journals and conference proceedings and has co-authored 8 books on maintenance engineering and related topics. He was awarded the Nordia Science Foundation Award for significant contribution to science, society, and region. Sir, I would like to request you to please present.
Hey, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're clearly audible.
And my slides are also visible?
Yes, sir, your slides are also visible.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning once again, and good morning to all the audiences. I will start by thanking Professor Kapoor and other dignitaries available in the hall. It would have been good to participate in person, but unfortunately I couldn't make my journey. Actually, I had a lot of difficulties in coming. I'm in India, I'm in Mumbai actually right now, but I couldn't attend the seminar in person. But anyway, that's the call, like a power of digital technology, and some of the talk theme is there. Being there without being there, that's one of the idea and concept of this online presentation. I'm going to talk about digital transformation of engineering asset management practices and what are the opportunities and challenges. Some of the top cover, like a deeper into the machine learning and all, was presented by BSc speaker, Professor Malhotra. My talk will be mostly focused on generic nature of what are the opportunities we have due to this technology and what are the associated challenges we should be prepared to meet and address. Living like asset management, next generation, as we are going in for digitalization, things are becoming simpler, easier, and more transparent, and can be traced back to the problems and all. So it has been 2 types of talk is going on all over the world, what we call twin transition. And in that, there is a digital transformation is one, and green transition. And third part has become more dominant recent time is a climate change and climate change adaptation. And in fact, climate change mitigation and adaptation, 2 words should go together, mitigation and adaptation. And as a operation in our group, we are a lot more working on adaptation part. I will be touching about that one. Digital transformation is good, but what are the challenges? One of the major challenges is the real, what we call a right type of business model. One example I'll give, like for 25 years ago, when I was traveling from Stockholm to Dallas and my luggage got lost. When I came to Dallas airport, there was a message waiting for me that your luggage is still lying in London. It will be transferred to your hotel tomorrow. This time when I came from Stockholm, my luggage again got misplaced. And when I came to Delhi, I tried to locate it. And I think we are in a digital age, everything is optimized. Then the gentleman at Delhi told me, we are still trying to, don't know, we'll try to locate your luggage. Yesterday I called the Delhi airport, they say still we have not found it. And when I start looking to why this is happening, now everything is digitalized. Digitalization has one, transparency and traceability. These 2 are the very important. Now what has happened, the business model has changed. Earlier, there was one operator, like when I started from Stockholm, it was a SAS. Now there are 7 operators involved from Stockholm to Delhi transportation. When I check in my luggage in my place, Lulio, operator was, airport is a different people, aircraft like everywhere. Aircraft like operator of the airline is a SAS. Loading done by some other company. When it came to Stockholm, third company came into the picture who loads the baggage. SAS doesn't do. They loaded it for Istanbul. Istanbul baggage was loaded by someone else. Someone else took the flight details and transferred the luggage. 7 operators and different business model. And if anyone is missing, there is no seamless integration. That's the problem. So the topic of the conference is very timely. Trends in engineering and business management. It's really business management and struggle for this new technology. What are the special challenges? What type of business model we should have? So when we are talking about new and emerging technology and its application, we have to focus a lot more and it's still not addressed completely. You have to have a different type of business model. Somebody is collecting data, somebody is integrating the data, somebody is augmenting the data, and somebody is using it. So topics like data ownership, data democratization, data use, who will pay for it? What type of business model we should have? So topic is very good, very interesting. So now, okay, what is the purpose of this digital transformation? We look into the future. When future, I'm creating a future, I know. But usually you don't know what will happen. So it's very difficult to peeping into the future, peering into the future and saying what is going to happen. If you look the developments, just I draw this figure for fun. We have moved from industry 0 to industry 4, like steam to cloud, we call it generally. Here I have put the muscle power, manual to steam to cloud. Technology is moving very fast, but businesses are not able to catch up with that. And even worse, regulatory measures are not able. One of the biggest barrier in implementation of AI or new technology is the regulatory measures. They are not moving. They are not able to keep pace with the development in technology. Cloud has become a dominant part. Cloud technology is computing and all. So from steam from industry 0 to industry 4 is moving very fast. Like a mining, one example we say. Now everything is being now remote control or controlled by autonomous machines. So we have moved from peak mining to cloud mining. That's the way joke. I'm also a mining background, so I have a lot more saying. Now, what is happening? In this rush to adopt Industry 4.0, we have almost forgot about the two important parts. One is human part. Second one is very much sustainability. It's like, please sit down. It's like a human-centric approach and sustainable approach. And when European Commission in 2022 took a step and introduced what it's not still popular, Industry 5.0. And that part is human-centric, like bringing human and integrating human into the industry and bringing business behind that. And some of this topic I'll be touching and also climate and sustainability are there. You need for digital transformation, you need a technology roadmap, and technology roadmap is nothing but aligning the different type of like a technology, best available technology in the market that will suit for the purpose with the organizational need, organizational background, organizational culture, etc. So it provides direction for digitalization and digital transformation of businesses. And we need to understand digitalization is not digital transformation. Digitalization means like always we take an example. When you take a, let's say you are brushing your teeth and you have electronic toothbrush, it will take photos of snapshots all your denture profile and configuration and send it automatically by button to your doctor. The doctor looks, he says, you have a hole in one of your teeth, come back, fix your appointment using your mobile calendar if you have given access. This is a digitalization. What is digital transformation? Digital transformation, if I'm a government official, government health official, I see particular area is getting a lot of holes in teeth. I can look into the data because we have machine learning data. Is it the water is not good or some other problems are there? So you can, then they can take a preventive measures or precautionary measures so that people dental health is improved. So that you have digitally transformed the healthcare. So this is the difference, digitalization to digital transformation journey. Okay, digital transformation, you need a data. It's based on the data. And previous speaker was talking about machine learning and all. But in the engineering asset, it doesn't work like that. Engineering, every asset is unique. And whenever you make a model based purely on data, it can be for normal marketing, goods and all, it works. But when we come to engineering assets, same machine will work differently in a place where there's a lot of dust, may not work where there is a lot of moisture. So we need to have what we call hybrid models of physics of failure understanding and theoretical models. And also we are working much more on the hybrid models for data driven. So you have a 4, 5 things are very important elements: data acquisition, analytics, that's the heart, that's the muscle. Computing, you need computing, user interface, what type of data, which form you want, and cyber security is everyone is talking about. If it is not there, then won't be. This is one example from Sweden, like when cars are moving in winter, not in summer, we are not doing. It's called like a road eye project with infrastructure. Many of the cars, especially the government vehicles and the heavy duty trucks, are equipped with road eye infrastructure. It looks and finds this area has a slippery road. There are more bumpies, there are a lot of snow, and automatically it goes to, now you have digitized the road information. It goes to the local road maintenance contractors, and they tells you from GPS coordinate this to this needs to be sand should be put on the roads. So it has been, everything has been digitalized now last 3, 4 years, and digital transformation is taking.
Excuse me, sir. Uh, request you to wind up your session in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll be doing it. Thanks. Actually, I was told half an hour time is there. So, but anyway, it's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, nothing to be sorry, because I
Yeah,
can.
because you know that,
Yeah,
things
yes,
get
yes.
late.
I'm finishing. Let me finish it.
Yeah, sure, sure.
No, actually, I will get into the what we call. Yeah, I will just show you just that we are working out on the metaverse area, and metaverse is an important, like introducing, like bringing people, not bringing the asset to the lab. It's like a railway wheel is there, and we can do a lot of experiment without getting exposed to the danger. Now coming to the challenges, there are 3 types of challenges: technology, business, and governance related challenges and all. And here the focus challenge, technology has been talking like cyber security, machine learning. So there are 2 issues: business related and governance related. I was talking about this data integration and data. So how can we make the technology trustworthy? What needs to be done? So looking at the AI, is it a threat or a support? Earlier we were happy to have a mobile phone. Now we feel unhappy. Now mobile phone is holding us. That's the technology. If you don't control, if you don't have a right governance model, you will become a prisoner of technology, and you don't like that. So we need to be guards. So to correct, the European Union has introduced what we call guardrails, guide when you drive, safety rails and guide rails. You should not deviate, so that people are not harmful things are not being done. And for that also there is a guided governance. Governance model will make sure that technology is not harming, and especially for the businesses, who is generating the data, who is integrating the data, who is augmenting the data, and who is distributing and who is owning it. Okay, so that can be done. So governance model has a ethical issues. Taxation has come. Not in India, no problem. Many countries, like if you are going in for high technology business, somebody has to pay the taxes to run the schools, to run the hospitals and all. But that is not there. Then also it has impacted the demographic changes. Some area where 2,000 people family were living, now machine has replaced most of the workers, and they are left with only 50 families. How can you run the hospital? So people are moving, schools are not there because you cannot fund it there. So it is bringing also indirectly changing the way demographic changes in the society, and that needs to be addressed by the governance models and all. This is like also safety. You have seen this is from YouTube. The gentleman is moving with hundreds of mobile telephone, and he shows that Google shows that road is blocked because it's a video. But you can see on the road, guy treated the Google Maps with a wagon full of phones. The Google Map shows that traffic is jammed, but there is not a single car in the road. So we need to be guiding against all these things. Uh, Remarks. So digital transformation can facilitate manual to autonomous, optimize energy to production cycle, increase productivity, enhance health, transparency and traceability at all level, accelerated innovations, and all. And also it will address some of the cognitive overload, because when there are a lot of things are changing in all directions. Too many directions we have to learn next day, 2 years. So too many things we have to learn in so fast. We cannot manage. So that will facilitate. So future developments will depend on the AI and generative AI, or of data analytics, governance models, cyber security, social media for machines and businesses, etc. Thank you. I hope I could manage in 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words.
Thank you. Shall I leave?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Very good. Yeah. Now here we will be having quick 10 to 15 minutes tea break. Let's catch up after 10 minutes in F3. Thank you so much. Hello. Now we would continue our session for the day. Introducing Professor Yoshinobu Tabura. Yoshinobu Tabura received the BSc, MS, and PhD degree from Totori University in 1998, 2000, and 2003 respectively. He was a lecturer and associate professor at the Faculty of Applied Information Science at Hiroshima Institute of Technology, Japan, from 2009 to 2017. He was an associate professor at the Graduate School of Science and Technology for Innovation, Yamaguchi University, Japan. From 2017 to 2019, he worked as professor at the Faculty of Knowledge Engineering at Tokyo City University, Japan. Since 2020, he has been working as a professor at Faculty of Information Technology, Tokyo City University, Japan. Since 2021, he has been working as professor at the Graduate School of Science and Technology for Innovation, Yamaguchi University, Japan. He is a regular member of the Institute of Electronics, the Information and Communication Engineers of Japan, and the Operation Research Society of the Japan. Dr. Tamura received the Amity Global Academic Excellence Award of the IEEE 4th International Conference on Intelligent Engineering and Management in 2023. Now I would request Sir to start his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Yoshinobu Tamura from Yamaguchi University in Japan. Our presentation title is OSS Reliability Assessment Method based on the deep learning considering winner and jump diffusion processes. This slide represents outline of our presentation. First, we introduce the open source software and we discuss the reliability assessment numbers under the edge computing. It's important to appropriately control the operation. In the case of the edge computing, the optimum control of the edge OSS computing will indirectly relate to the reliability and cost optimization. Also, several numerical illustrations based on the proposed deep learning model, considering the environment of imperfect debugging winner process and the jump diffusion one by using actual effort data will be also presented. Finally, our presentation summarizes. Our research group has been proposed a method of reliability assessment for the open source software. On the other hand, it's important for the open source software managers to appropriately control the fault of open source software projects. In the environment of edge computing, it's important to consider the uncertainty problem because several edge servers are managed in the distributed computing. Also, the optimum control of reliability for the open source software projects will indirectly relate to the reliability and cost. This slide represents the development cycle and development paradigm of open source software. Many open source software are maintained under several developers and many open source software users by using the debugging bug tracking systems. And therefore, the use of proposed method will be successful in achieving the quality improvement and cost reduction of open source software if the reliability of open source software is appropriately managed. Our research group of Professor Shigeru Yamada in Japan and Professor P.K. Kapua and Dr. Azarash Anand in India has proposed several open source software reliability assessment methods based on the deep learning. In the open source software reliability assessment method of deep learning, it's difficult to estimate the values of maximum and minimum from the limitation of upper and lower bounds in the past data sets. Especially the reliability and reliability assessment method based on deep learning is faithful to the past data sets. Therefore, the reliability assessment method based on deep learning cannot estimate the exceed values of maximum and minimum in the past data. Therefore, we propose data processing based on the winner process and the jump diffusion process and for the big data. Moreover, we propose an open source software liability assessment method based on the deep learning. In particular, we analyze the open source software for the big data by using the winner process and the jump diffusion one. Also, the open source software for the data sets are analyzed under the fault detection phenomena of open source software. Moreover, is like this. We focus on the edge computing of open source software. Considering the edge computing and open source software, we can mention the keywords such as version upgradation, imperfect debugging, and large-scale data. In this research, we propose a deep learning model considering these keywords. Next, a deep learning approach. We consider the following fault detection phenomenon, where ADI is a time interval of fault detection, and OI is a open source fault detection time between ith and I-1 fault until the end of nth force. This means that the reliability of open source software grows if DI becomes large. Next, considering W of I is a winner process. Winner process is formally defined as an integration of the white noise, sigma I, with respect to ith fault. The winner process is a Gaussian process and it has the following properties. Okay. PR is a probability and E is an expectation. Generally, winner process is considered as a continuous time. On the other hand, this chapter, this paper, this research focuses the discrete phenomenon for the fault detection process. Then there is no problem that SRGM means a software reliability growth model based on winner process have been proposed by several researchers. We assume that the fault detection process is appropriately based on the winner process. We consider the following equation as the objective variable of deep learning. Okay. Moreover, we consider the jump phenomena as the irregular fluctuation influenced for the OSS fault detection. For example, the sample path of jump term is given by the following equation. NI means the sample path of the time interval for open source software for detection at ith false. Also, MI low is a person point process with time parameter low. Also, JI represents the range of ith jump. This is jump term. Jump term means the following normal distribution is defined in place of Gaussian process of jump considering the open source software fault detection phenomenon. Okay. Mu is the mean value, tau is standard deviation. Okay. JI, the range JI for ith jump are independently defined as positive values. Therefore, I will mention the equations. We consider the objective variable based on the winner process and the jump diffusion one is as follows. DWIJ is the objective variable of deep learning with the winner process and the jump diffusion one. As several numerical examples, this research uses the fault big data set obtained from the bug tracking system in OpenStack project with several edge components. Okay. First, this figure one shows the model structure of the proposed deep learning model. Okay. Next, this figure shows the estimated error for validation and training without noisy process. Okay. From this figure, we have found that there is no problem in terms of the overfitting. Okay. Next, this figure shows the estimated time interval of fault detection without a noisy process. This figure shows a noisy process. Therefore, there is no minus values. Okay. Next, this figure shows the estimated cumulative time interval of fault detection without noisy processes. Okay. Actual data sets is blue line, and the estimate is orange line. Okay. X-axis shows the number of faults. Next, this figure shows the estimated scatter plot for the cumulative time interval of fault detection without a noisy process. Okay. Next, we show several numerical examples with noisy cases. For example, winner process and jump diffusion process. Okay. This figure shows the estimated error for validation and training data in the case of noisy processes. X-axis shows the epoch, the number of epoch, and Y-axis shows the error, the range of error. And blue line shows the error for training, and orange line shows the error for validation. From this figure, we found that there is no problem in terms of the overfitting. Next, this figure shows the estimated time interval of fault detection data in the case of jump diffusion process. With jump diffusion process, therefore, there is a minus value in terms of the jump diffusion processes. Okay. Orange line shows the estimate, and blue line shows the winner process testing data. Next, this figure shows the estimated cumulative time interval of fault detection data in case of jump diffusion processes. X-axis shows the number of faults, and Y-axis shows the cumulative time interval of fault detection. Blue line shows winner process testing data, and orange line shows the estimate. From these results, we found that best fitted our proposed method. Next, this figure shows the estimated scatter plot for the cumulative time interval of fault detection in the case of jump diffusion processes. Okay. Okay. In particular, we show the several sensitivity analysis in the case of jump diffusion processes. Blue line shows the 10% parameters, sigma is 10%, and orange case is 5%, and green line shows 2.5%. Okay. This is the sensitivity analysis for winner process parameters. Thus, this figure shows the sensitivity analysis for the time interval of fault detection in the case of noisy process. This case is sigma equals 0.025. Okay. Next, this figure shows the in case of sigma equals 0.05. Okay. Moreover, this figure shows the case of sigma equals 0.1. Okay, this is noise becomes according to the growth of sigma parameter sigma. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I would like to like you to wind up fast.
Okay, thank you. Then this is the conclusion. The proposed machine learning approach by deep learning will be helpful as a method of reliability assessment based on the time interval of fault detection and HOSS service in operation phase. Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Moving ahead, I would like to call Dr. Masood Mohammadian, Associate Professor Masood Mohammadian, graduated with PhD degree from University of Central Queensland and MSc degree from University of Central Queensland, Australia. Besides teaching, he has been actively pursuing research related to neural network, fuzzy logic, evolutionary computing, optimization, and data analytics. modeling of complex and adaptive systems, decision support system, and data security and privacy, and their application on industrial and financial tools, business problems which involve real-time data processing and planning and decision making. He has chaired 14 international conferences on computational intelligence, intelligent agent, and software engineering. Associated Professor Masood Mohammedan has 28 years of experience of national and international conferences. He has received an honorary professorship from Amity University in India in the year 2018.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're clearly audible, sir.
Shall I start?
Sorry,
Shall I start now?
please, you will start.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind invitations. I really appreciate being a keynote speaker at your conference. Unfortunately, I could not be there this year, but I am promising to be there in the consequent years. And I'm just giving a talk from my office at the University of Canberra. I am a member of School of IT and Systems at the University of Canberra. I will share my screen with you so that I can start the talk. The title of my talk today is on applications, the large number of applications that we have developed for the healthcare systems. And this is, I'm going today to talk to you about AI-assisted technology for human fault detections, prevention, and recovery. In a sense, the title should read as a prevention first and then detections and recovery monitoring. Because human fault is a big problem all around the world, no matter in which country you're in all continents. It costs lots of money to the healthcare system. Not only that, it creates lots of pain and suffering for people who have fallen. And also, this is one of the leading cause of death among elderly people. So according to the World Health Organization, human fall is the second leading cause of unintentional and accidental death among elderly all around the world. Therefore, there is a big need for systems that can assist in prevention of falls, and then if there is a fall, to detect falls, and then assist in recovery after the falls, which can be very long. For some people, they will never be back to what they were, and this is the issue, especially among elderly people, due to the type of falls that happens. I will show you some data and some information about the falls in Australia, but we have used the data falls from basic open source systems just today for an example to see that really fall detection is not a very difficult task. Even current AI techniques that are so powerful. And as you can see on my slides, your detection could be up to 99.88% accurate. The issue is in healthcare and human fall is to try to predict if someone will have a fall. At the moment, this prediction is done by GPs and nurses in clinics, by several tests, testing the balance of the person, walking, and several other tests that they perform. This can be done automatically. We have used sensors that are fitted in the shoes of the person and continuously can collect data that is sent to the mobile apps or Wi-Fi to the systems, and that can look at the movement of an elderly person and do analysis and predict risks. Of course, the test that the people perform is still very useful and viable. So if you look at this diagram to start with, basically this is the age group from 65 to 85, because most of the falls that happens in the elderly people, it happens at 65 and above. And of course, people fall well before that. The younger people can recover fairly quickly, and the older people will have big problems after a fall. And the fall could be on many issues. As we get older, our balance is not as good used to be when we were young. Our vision is not as good as we were young, and also many other issues that causes human fall, like knee injuries, hips injuries, and a problem with walking and gaits that causes human falls. So 1 in 3 people aged over 65 have a fall each year, and falls cost healthcare a large amount of money. In Australia in 2020, this is the data before COVID, it costed $600 million. And now with the cost of everything going up, it's over $1 billion in Australia, just cost of hospitalizations, and I'm not including the aftercare that's required for the person. Because it's very costly to keep the people in the hospitals, just because of the fall. The fall can cause, breakage of ribs or back bones. And of course, as you know, we cannot put them in plasters. It's not like hands or arm or leg that you put them in the plaster. You cannot put plasters around the waist of the person or the chest of the person. So the recovery is very slow as people are older, and it's very painful illness that anybody can get due to the human falls. So falls impact both the physical and mental health of a user. It's not just physical that there's fractures in the bones, fractures in the spine, fractures in the neck that causes death mostly, but also the mental problem is something that needs to be dealt with, because after a fall, the person is very worried about doing their own daily activities, and needs the support. I'll show you another diagram on this that you can see here, and you can see the cycle that involved in a fall and what happens to the person, and why when a person has got the first fall, the chance of having the second fall and the third fall increases dramatically. Basically, as we get older, because of the imbalance, because of our vision, because of the issue with our knees and hips and age, it may cause fall. And fall is not just because of that, it's just also sometimes because of the medications that elderly take, and the change of medication or mixture of medication may cause dizziness and then a fall, or uneven surfaces that would be very difficult for a elderly person to walk. It could be in the garden, even going up and down the stairs. So once the falls happens, here you see in the diagram in figure 2, the fear of falling, is the first stage as we get older. The second thing is, if I move this, you can see better. When we fall and we are hospitalized, or the person is hospitalized, if the person survives, and then it will take lots of time to recover. The minimum recovery times in Australia is something between 3 to 9 months. And during this time, the person is lying down on the bed, rarely goes to the toilet, although it's encouraged for the person to move around, and is on a heavy dose of medications and painkillers so that they can manage the pain so that the recovery can happen. Because as we get older, recovery is much slower. But once the person recovers, then the person goes into rehabilitations with the physiotherapists and other healthcare workers to teach them how to walk again, how to do the basic things that they used to do. And the problem is not only the person is recovering from the fall, but also the fear of falling. That's a mental issue now is with the person. The fear of falling causes the person to do less and less activities.
Sorry to interrupt. Would like to request you.
Yes. Can you hear me? Sorry, say it again.
Sir, please come to the conclusion.
Yes, of course. And basically, the inactivity causes decrease in the movement. Decrease in the movement causes problem with your muscle and gait movements, and reductions in the muscle. So here is a picture. If you're interested on when a person falls, what's the percentage of falls on different part of the body in Australia. But what's very interesting, I come to the conclusion in a second, is that when this is the figure 3 is activity of daily living. This is when we walk normally and there's no fall. You see that this is just a male and female walking, and this is the sensor data that's collected. When a fall happens, you can see the sudden peak. That is sudden peak, and then everything slows down because the person is on the floor and is not moving. So therefore, really, predicting falls is not a difficult task. All you need to do is, have a system that basically gets the data and continuously monitors and looks for the peaks. But sometimes it could be that the person sits and then get up and move. So you not only have to look at the peak, but what happens after the peak if there is no movement. So unless the person suddenly lie down on the bed and doesn't move at all, so which is very unlikely. So we have used the 8 different algorithms. We have used deep neural networks. We use decision trees, logistic regressions, and many other classifiers that you can see. The issue is not prediction. You can predict, almost to 99.88%, which is, one of the best predictions. But one thing that we have to remember is that to try to predict that a fall will happen to the person from the data that we collected through the sensors that we have developed, that you can sit in your shoes, sit in your pocket, on your shirt, etc. Of course, it has to be charged, every couple of days, and that's a problem that we are having at the moment. And therefore, predict the fall before the person falls, so that you can avoid all these hassles that you will have for the person, the painful steps that the person goes to recover. So at the moment, we're looking at the gait analysis. We're concentrating more on predicting falls and what causes people to fall. We're using OpenCVs, we use media pipe with the image processing techniques that are very simple to figure out if the person is moving, and basically from the movement, predicting that this person may have a fall or when the person falls. Due to the privacy, as you can see on the right hand side of the screen, just collecting the data and not the images. We don't basically save the images. Of course, from the data points, we can recreate the movements. So at the end of the day, sensors in the shoes, new technologies, new AI facilities can assist in predicting falls, detecting falls, and also in the recovery by looking at the performance of the person as the person walks and figuring out here, as you can see, where the pressure is in the shoes when the person walks, and try to fix it, to fix the walking of the person, rather than just trying to use physio to just teach them to walk, and because the person will never walk the same as they were before, it's very rare. So unfortunately, human fall is a very big issue in our daily life, And I'm sure that in future you will see that we will be using more and more technologies for fall detections, preventions, and recovery analysis. I say thank you for inviting me, and I stop here for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor, for giving a very valuable talk. The application of machine learning algorithms in healthcare system. Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? Sir, one
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah, fine. So one question from my side. So in case of these algorithms in applications of healthcare, it suffers also from the class overlapping problem or data imbalance problem.
So what do you mean? Can you explain it just a little bit? I didn't hear you properly.
Class overlapping problem means for the same given set of attributes, the classifier is giving different results.
Yes, each classifier performs differently, but the difference is not much. You know, you're talking about 95% accuracy to 98, 99, almost 99% accuracy. So some classifiers are working, you know, performing better, some are worse. But as I said, fall detection is not a difficult because there's a big peak. You have to look for the peaks, and then also what happens after that. Because as I said, you could be walking and then suddenly you sit, but you haven't had a fall. You just sat. So you have to look at the activities after that. If there's no movement at all, then you can predict that it's going to be a fall. The data that's available in publicly available data sets actually, to me, based on the data we collected, is really, yes, they're good for experimentation, but in real data, when a fall happens, nothing happens after that. People don't move a lot after that. But yeah, in the synthesis that you see in this data files, they just have a peak. Of course, it's very easy to predict. It's not a very difficult task. The prediction is not difficult. That's why you have got such a high accuracy using 8 different algorithms. All of them are doing very well.
So have you taken only the default parameters of these algorithms, or you have taken some different values?
No, we have adjusted the parameter values. It really doesn't make any difference. As I said, you have got at least 95% accuracy. So your accuracy is very high. It's just a matter of not looking at the peak, but also looking at what happens after a peak happens that shows there has been a fall, or from the data, what happens after that. For example, somebody is walking and then just sit at the bed, lie down, and then don't move for a few seconds. So you cannot say this is a fall. It's they just lie down in the bed. So you have to look at the next 10 seconds, next 15 seconds, next minute or so to predict really well that there has been a fall. Because even if when you go to move to bed and you've got a sensor in your shirt or your clothes, still there is a movement. There's even a little bit of movement can be detected. So we can detect that there has been a movement. And as I said, it's not very difficult predicting falls. It's a fairly easy task.
Thank you so much for sparing time and giving very valuable talk. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I miss you all. I wish I was in India, with joining you, but next time I will be there. Thank you very much for having me.
Most welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And I would like to request our chairperson to please conclude the session.
Yo. So I think, just we have listened very excellent talks by different speakers. The speakers from different countries, from the Australia and Japan, different countries. So thank you so much. Now we'll go for the next session. Thank you.
continue with this session, now I would like to introduce Dr. VP Singh. VP Singh is currently working as professor in the School of Computer and System Science, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. He is also director of JNU Training and Placement Cell and chairman of Annual Report Committee. He has published more than 100 research papers. His research interest includes mining software repositories, empirical software engineering, and software reliability engineering. He has co-authored a book, Essentials of Computer Network Database and Internet Technology, from Narosa Publishing, India. He has received an award from Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality, and Operation Management for his contribution as a promising author and research in the field of computer science. He has completed research projects from University Grant Commission, that is UGC, the Department of Science and Technology Government of India, and University of Delhi. He is the member of Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality, and Operation Management and Association of Computing Machinery. Now I would request Sir to take the podium. Thank you so much. Now, introducing the chair for this particular session, Professor Suraj Rane. Dr. Surendra Rane, Professor and Head, the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Goa College of Engineering, has over 25 years of technical teaching experience. He was the chairman of Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering, that is IEEE Goa chapter from 2016 to 2019. He is the institute coordinator for the Ministry of Education, Government of India, for the particular scheme, namely Rashtriya Uच्च Star Shikshan Abhiyan. He was awarded Early Career Research Award in 2018 for the appreciation and recognition of his work in the area of reliability modeling by Association of Inventory Academians and Practitioners in New Delhi. He is the member of various professional bodies. He is on the reviewal panel of various international journals. He was a member of Technical Advisory Committee of Goa State Pollution Control Board. He is the certified Six Sigma Green Belt from Quality Council of India. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So So I will discuss about software evolution, exploring the interplay of uncertainty, sustainability, and change. So if you talk about software, just to see how we are moving from proprietary software to open source softwares, and how softwares are evolving day by day. From a small softwares, we are getting a big softwares. And in this scenario, what's the role of the sustainability? How to take care of uncertainties? So we'll discuss about all these things. So just to see, if you talk about software evolution, so I'd like to mention about Lehman, who basically in 1974, he has given some laws regarding the software evolution. And there is also one interview of Professor Lehman in 1993 given to IEEE History Center for the IEEE History Centers. And then he talked about that, he was working in 1941 for a company in World War II. And his job was simply for a, just, in case of radio machine, some parts are having some problem. So his job was just to replace the part. I mean, some part is damaged, then he's supposed to replace that part. Then one day, his foreman, that foreman was superior to him. He was on leave, and somebody had told that, take the charge today and just do his job. Then he had done the job of maintenance, and he had done very well. Then after some time, when the foreman returned, he told that, you have to go to your previous job. So he told, I thought I was promoted. Then he told that, well, you are not paid to think. Then later on, Lehman dedicated a large portion of his life to demonstrate that those who do maintenance of software should be paid to think. So he more talked about software maintenance in 1974, and he published 8 laws regarding software evolution. And in today's era, we are just developing any softwares, evolving any softwares. I mean, we are just experiencing all those last 2 days, even after a gap of 4 decades. The first law he was given, the law of continuous change. Just we see in case of open source softwares that how we start from a very small softwares and how softwares grow over the period of time by adding the new features, feature improvements, and the fixing of issues. Then you talk about law of increasing complexity. So once you go to any software and once you are doing some changes, doing some additions, modifications, so ultimately what happens, the complexity will be increases. Then also we talk about then complexity will be increases, how to take care of those complexities. And then they talk about today's we are using all the kinds of the finding code smells. We are talking about the refactoring. Then in 1974, Levens told about all these things. Then he talked about the law of large program evolution, law of conservation of organization stability. And then he talked about the law of conservation of humility. I mean, suppose you want to add some new features, some new modules in the software, then you have to take care of their interactions between those modules, interaction between different functionality of softwares. Then we talk about the cohesion and coupling, all those things. So he told that software system must maintain a level of familiarity with the existing components, interfaces, and functionality during evolution. So once you are going for software evolution and you are adding something new, then you need to take care of their interconnections, their coupling, like those things. Then you talk about the law of continuing growth. So once you add something new in the software, the software will grow automatically. And law of declining quality. So they told that the quality of systems will appear to be declining unless they are adapted to changes in their operational environments. And then finally, he talked about the law of feedback systems. So all these 8 laws given by Lehman in 1974. And once we talk about the software evolution and the maintenance, then we talk about the adapting to changing requirements, bug fixes, error corrections, keeping pace with the technological advancements, enhancing user experiences, security compliances, sustainability, innovations, and competitive advantages. So during all these things, once you go for software evolution, then we need to take care of the software sustainability also. That suppose you want to add something more, then sometimes what happens, you will face a type of the some kind of smells. We talk about there are different categories of smells. We talk about from the design smells, code smells, software architecture smells. Then how to take care of those smells? Once you are not in a position to take care of those smells by the refactoring and the different techniques, then your software will not sustain for further evolution. This is the question that the software is growing, but once you take care of those things, only then your software will sustain for future growth and for future maintainability point of view also. Then the corrective evolution, adaptive evolution, and perfective evolution, preventive. These are the various categories of the software evolution. In today's, after 1974, if you talk about any open source softwares, then the users are developers, and at the same time, they are the users also. They are playing the both role. So once user is submitting an issue for the open source softwares, it is going to be tried. Means it is an issue, it can be a bug, it can be a new feature, it can be feature enhancement. So once these bug reports, improvements, and new features are coming, then triagers just assign all those things to the developer. So the various issues are submitted by the users, and it's going to assign to some developers in open source environments, and developer write code, write patches to fix those issues, to fix those new features, to fix those feature improvements. So the role of developers they are also reporter, developer are also triager, they are also fixers, and they are also commenter also. They are writing the comments. One user can play a different role in case of open source software development as a reporter, as a triager, as a fixer, and as a commenter. So once we talk about uncertainty, for a new software system, the requirements will not be completely known until after the users have used it. So there are different levels of uncertainty, starting from the software requirement analysis to design to coding. Everywhere there is uncertainties. So how to take care of those uncertainties, how to mitigate those uncertainties, how to develop models. That models will take care of those uncertainties by the concept of entropies and by using the various measures. However, once the software is growing, then however, often a system has executed satisfactorily, satisfaction at next execution is uncertain. It will work well, it's not uncertain also. So there are various level of uncertainty related to any software project. So I'm not discussing about all these details, just I will try to show you one model, mathematical model, which take care of software evolution, which take care of the uncertainty also. Then uncertainty in software projects, there are various possible sources for getting uncertainty in the software project. Maybe socio-human, maybe technology, maybe environment. And we categorize in two ways, like arbitrary uncertainty, by chance, epistemic uncertainties, due to the lack of confidence, missing knowledge about effect. Means just you have to see that what are the possible sources of getting uncertainties during software development, and how to tackle those uncertainties once you are developing any classifier based on machine learning, deep learning, or any algorithms, or once you are going to develop any mathematical model. So how you are going to take those uncertainties during the model building? Or if you talk about not in quantitative form, but if you want to go for the qualitative form also, how to mitigate those uncertainties is the real question today is in case of the open source software development. How to treat those uncertainties. So there are various approaches. So I mean, due to lack of time, I'm not going to discuss about all these things. So I'm interested in showing one model. So in software development, the uncertainties is going to be handled at different levels, from the requirement analysis level to software architecture level to software design level to software coding level. At various levels, researchers are going to take care of those uncertainties once they want to develop any mathematical model, or they want to develop any classifier, or they want to develop any process models. They are trying to take care of those uncertainties arising in the software project. So what's the meaning of sustainability here? Software sustainability refers to the ability of software systems to so endure and remain effective over a period of time. It introduces designing, developing, and maintaining software in a way that supports its long-term viability, adaptability, and usefulness. So once you are going to evolve any software, so your software will remain maintainable. That's very important thing, because once you evolve any software and you are not taking care of different types of smells generated, then after some time, you will not be positioned to maintain your softwares. Some bugs are coming, you will not be positioned to fix that bug. Some new features request has come on urgent basis. Some feature improvements has been come on the urgent basis. Then you can't do all those things. That's why sustainability came into picture. And there are different types of sustainability that we need to take care of during the software development. I mean, today we talk about sustainability from the environment point of view, but the software sustainability has a different perspective. I mean, also there is one domain in software also about the software sustainability to take care of the environments. I mean, it should produce the less energy, it should take less energy. So it's one area. But here I'm talking about sustainability from the point of view that, your software should be maintainable over a long period of time. And for software evolution also basically in open source environment, we talk about various types of software attributes like once you report any bug or any issue, what is the severity of that issue? What is the priority of that issue? How much time that issue will take in fixing? Who is the right fixer to whom this bug can be assigned? And if for the project is new, then you don't have any sufficient how to build the model on some one project and how to just build it on some other project. It's a kind of the cross project context. So by using the different machine learning techniques like our deep learning algorithms, we simply predict the severity level of any bug. Once bugs are reported by any user, then what should be the severity level of that bug? Severity may be the blocker, maybe minor, maybe critical, maybe the cosmetic changes are there. And what the priority level of that bug? It may be priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. So all these things are going to be classified using the classification techniques based on machine learning or deep learning, or different algorithms are there. So the one area where researchers are working for bug severity prediction, bug priority prediction, bug fix time. That suppose you want to fix any issue, maybe new feature, maybe feature improvements, many bug. Then how much time it will take in fixing? It's called a bug fixing prediction models. This is the one paradigm of open source software development. When we talk about the users, then two categories. One is active and that is passive. Active are those who are contributing to code, who are reporting issues, and passive are those who are simply using the software. Under this active users, two categories are there. One is non-developer and the developer. So non-developers are those who are reporting the bugs, who are requesting for some new features additions, and developers are those who are the code developers and the core developers. So code developers are those who are writing the code, reporting bugs, searching for new features, doing all these jobs. But core are those who are responsible for the making some decisions. So once you go for
all these activities, you have to write the code, you have to write the new patches, and then some new bugs may also be generated once you are going to fix any new feature or feature improvements, or you want to fix any given. So just we have developed one model. I mean, this paper has been published also. So we consider all these bugs, features, improvements, all issues, and we consider these things as issues in the open source software environment. So there are 4 activities are there. One, new features are introduced, feature improvements are there, bugs are generated from new features, and bugs are generated from the feature improvements. And before that, how to take care of the uncertainties by using the sentence formula. So there is a software, it consists of various files. And suppose you made 100 changes in only one file, then its complexity will be less. And you are making one change in each file, and you are making 100 changes, then the complexity will be more. So in this from this formula also, you will get more entropy in case when you are going to make one changes in all 100 files, entropy will be more. And if you are doing all 100 changes in one file, entropy will be less. So by taking this idea, we have simply computed the entropy value of for a given time period of the software. For example, suppose time period T1, T2, and T3 is there. Files are F1, F2, F3, and F4 are there. And just to see in time period T1, total changes divided by changes made in F4 file. Then we can find the value of probability. Then by applying the Sennen's formula, we can simply find the value of entropy. Means this is one way how to quantify the complexity of code changes of a software using the entropy-based measures with the help of the Sennen's formula. It's also that, once you are making 100 changes in only one file, it's very easy to remember. But once you are making all the 100 changes, one change in one file, then it's difficult to recall. And obviously the entropy will be high. And we have taken the data from all these projects of the various versions of the Apache project. So this is one model that we would consider YT as a total number of issues. And we take just here P is the rate at which new features are introduced in the software. And Q is the rate at which feature improvements fixed for those new features introduction. Means you are going to fix any feature improvements for a given new feature. And then this R is the rate of bug generated from introduction of new features fixed out of total issues. And then S is the rate of bugs generated from feature improvements. So we have we've taken care of all those issues like feature improvement, new features, bugs, and also bugs generated due to new feature, bugs generated due to feature improvements. By taking care of all those things, we have developed this model. It's represents simply, or you can say it's embody the software evolution, how software evolved, and how we can mathematically represent the open source software evolution. So, yeah. So it's a mathematical equation given in equation number 4. And equation number 5, it represents the ST, it's the entropy. So we have taken the as a time series time also, and we have taken the entropy also. And then by applying on the data, we have validated this model also, and given all these values like the various unknown parameters of the model. So this is the one way that how we take care of the uncertainty at high level. But also we are working on at the code level. That suppose you want to modify any source code, then you are going to modify in different programming paradigms. You are making some changes in loop, in for loop, in do while do loop, statements. So how to take care of those entropies? So now we are considering to calculate the value of entropy at the code level, not at the file level. And we are the interplay between the uncertainty and the change. So unpredictable factors necessitate adjustment to project plans, requirements, and implementation. Then maintainability and adaptability, effective management of uncertainty and adaptation to change, enhance software sustainability. Then feedback loop with the software evolution. So, it's a iterative process. So uncertainty and change drive the iterative nature of software evolution. So in any case, uncertainty will be there. How to take care of those uncertainty, how to mitigate those uncertainty, and how to model uncertainty, how to just take care of the uncertainty in our model development. It may be a mathematical model, it may be a model based on the machine learning algorithms. So now it's very, very important today in case of the open source software evolution. The software is evolving day by day. How to take care of these factors. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Any questions to sir? If no questions, formally let me thank Professor Singh for giving a wonderful, simple talk on evolution of software. So with this, I conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, here we would be starting with our formal sessions, parallel session 2 in F3 seminar hall. I would like to introduce our first chair, Dr. Vandana Ketan. Dr. Vandana Ketan is currently working as Associate Professor in Department of Operational Research at the University of Delhi. Before joining the University of Delhi, she also served as an Assistant Professor in the Department of Applied Mathematics at Delhi Technological University for a short duration. She did her Master's in Operational Research from the University of Delhi, India. She was awarded as CSIR UGC, that is University Grant Commission Junior Research Fellowship. She was also awarded with NBHM Postdoctoral Fellowship. Her expertise lies in the stochastic modeling and queuing theory. She has published around 25 research papers in journals of international repute. She has also supervised 3 PhD students and 2 MPhil students and is currently guiding 3 PhD students. She is a life member of Operational Research Society of India, ORSI. She is member of Editorial Review Board, Amity Journal of Operational Management. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, here I would like to introduce Dr. Gajendra Pratap Singh. Dr. Gajendra Pratap Singh has been working as an assistant professor at SCIS GNU in the field of graph theory and Petri nets since last 9 years. For last 3 years, Dr. Singh working on integrative approach to use Petri net mathematical tools for their technological and applications in biology. Dr. Singh developed a new theory for one safe Petri nets that generate all the binary n vectors as marking vectors and its reachability tree called Boolean Petri nets, which is reported for the first time. Along with research, Dr. Singh has 6 years of teaching experience in applied mathematics, biostatistics, discrete mathematics, graph theory, and their application in computational biology and bioinformatics for MSc and pre-PhD students. Currently, he is teaching 2 courses for MSc and pre-PhD students based on network, graph, concept of science system, and diagrams of Petri system nets. Theory and Modeling for Systems in Computational Biology and Bioinformatics at the School of Computational and Integrative Science, GNU in New Delhi. He has worked as independent researcher as well as in the team and published more than 20 research papers in national international journals. Currently, he is running two DST funded projects. Now, here would I request all the audience to welcome our guests. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to call upon the presenters of the session. Paper ID 87, paper name EMH or AMH, evidence from the emerging Indian equity market. Author is Reema Mobil, Dipti Agarwal, and the mode of presentation is offline.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, but I think there is some miscommunication. My mode of presentation is online.
Okay, ma'am. You may start.
Okay, shall I share my screen? Shall I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Okay, just give me a second. So is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's clearly visible now.
Okay, so very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Reema Monga. I'm a research scholar at USME DTU. And the area of this research paper is EMH, Efficient Market Hypothesis, or AMH, Adaptive Market Hypothesis, Evidence from an Emerging Indian Equity Market. So whenever we talk about financial markets, there is one question which comes to the mind of practitioners, or I'll say academicians: is the stock market efficient or not? To counter this, we have tested the market efficiency using two approaches. The first one is absolute and the other one is evolving. So before I'll start with the absolute market efficiency approach and evolving market efficiency approach, firstly, I need to introduce that absolute market efficiency approach is linked with the theory of EMH, efficient market hypothesis, which talks about that markets are either efficient or inefficient, but there can't be not like dynamic nature of returns, market returns. So this the main drawback of EMH is like they talk about like the market is static, not dynamic. So in one word, if I'll say about EMH, it talks about that markets are completely efficient or inefficient. It's not like they can't switch between these two phases. In order to counter this, we have also used the theory of AMH, which talks about that the markets are adaptive. They can switch between efficiency and inefficiency. They can switch between the, I'll say, phases of predictability and unpredictability during the sample period. So this approach, AMH, is like reducing the I'll say the drawback of the first one, which talks about that market can be efficient or inefficient during the particular period. So these are some of the literature which I have made in my presentation. So there are a number of studies which talks about efficiency. Maybe they are in terms of different countries or maybe in terms of different time periods, but since there are so many studies but the results are still inconclusive, some studies says that the market is efficient, some studies says are that the market is inefficient. In, I'll say, in context of India also, the results are still mixed. So in order to counter this issue, we have stated this objective to examine the weak form market efficiency of the Indian stock market. As I already mentioned, in this study, we have used two approaches of market efficiency. One is absolute and other one is evolving. So that is why we are checking whether Indian market follows EMH or AMH. So if I talk about the absolute weak form efficiency, we have used linear and non-linear tests. So the first one is autocorrelation test, runs test, Bartle test, variance ratio test, and one non-linear test, that is BDS test. So this is my sample period. I have used NSE 500 index. The sample is of from June 1999 to December 2022. If I talk about how we have measured the evolving market efficiency, that is, we are checking the compatibility with AMH, adaptive market hypothesis. We have used the rolling window technique of 500 observations, which is being rolled by 1 month forward in order to check whether there are time varying dynamics or not. So this is the methodology we have followed. We have used linear and non-linear tests, and we have tested EMH and AMH for the Indian stock market. So if I talk about the results, if I'll talk about firstly about the absolute market efficiency, the result shows that whether linear or non-linear, they suggest that market is predictable, and we can say that the market is having inefficiency. If we talk about absolute form of efficiency, so we can directly comment that market is inefficient, that Indian stock market returns can be predictable if we are following the methodology of absolute market efficiency, which talks about that market can be efficient or inefficient. There is no phases of both. So according to absolute, the market is inefficient. But if we talk about evolving market efficiency, so I have made these 5 graphs just because of rolling window we have taken from 1999 to 2022. So according to linear test, as on my screen it is visible, that there are phases of efficiency or inefficiency. That means market is adaptive, market changes with the environment, market changes with the rationality or irrationality of the investors, or there are n number of factors. So this, I'll say, the test of autocorrelation, run test, Bartle test, variance ratio test, these are linear tests, which suggest that market cannot be entire efficient or inefficient during a sample period, but there are phases of predictability, non-predictability. There are chances of opportunity of having abnormal returns. But our result suggests that if we talk about non-linear kind of test, non-linear test suggests that there is dependency in the return, which is like contradict of the linear test. But if we talk about BDS test, which shows that market is non-linear dependent. So if I'll talk about the conclusion we have made from this study, as we can say, the absolute approach is on the note that market is inefficient, but mainly literature talks about whenever you talk about a longer sample period, you need to see it by using the rolling window or subsample analysis. So as a conclusion, we can say that Indian market has moved from inefficiency towards adaptive nature of I'll say adaptive nature of returns. These are some of the implications which talks about, as there are opportunities of having abnormal returns, so there should be some sort of strategies which talks about that yes, investors can earn abnormal returns. Or I can say there are chances of having I'll say more adaptability, ongoing learning, and there are so many um, funds available in the market which talks about that yes, investors or I'll say practitioners can earn abnormal returns because there are chances of predictability of returns. So as a summary, we can say that Indian market is moving towards more adaptive kind of nature, irrespective it is entirely efficient or inefficient. So this is from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request the session chair for any questions.
Yeah, I would like to ask one question.
Yes, ma'am.
That there are chances of predictability, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
thinking of developing any model for that, for the prediction, any kind of stochastic model you can think of.
Ma'am, for this study, this is the first part of like our research. So for that scenario, we have just tested that whether markets like Indian is like the ongoing growth for the entire, I'll say, developing countries. So for the time being, we have just tested that yes, Indian market is adaptive. We have not gone to that second step of stochastic model. For the time being, we have tested that markets are adaptive. There are chances of having abnormal returns.
Okay, so I hope you are planning to do this in future, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving to the next paper, paper ID 9494. Paper name is Cryptocurrency Mining Capacity, Comparative Analysis Between Countries Using Renewable Energy. Here, the next presenters are Shimansh Jain, Manya Agrawal, and Dr. Jabir Gupta. Are all of the three present here online?
Good afternoon. I hope we are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, can we share our screen?
Yes, please, sir. The one point to note to all the participants that there will be 8 minutes of presentation followed by 2 minutes question and answer session.
Uh,
Any issue, sir?
is our screen visible to you?
Not now. Not yet.
Just give us a second, sir.
Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start now.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shimansh Chan, and this is my companion here sitting over here, Mana Agarwal. And we have done this research under the guidance of Chabi Gupta, Dr. Chabi Gupta. We are the students of Prize Dream to the University, Delhi NCR. And our topic is cryptocurrency mining capacity, descriptive analysis between countries using renewable energy.
Okay, so begin with giving the introduction of the study. Cryptocurrency has the potential to disrupt the financial market. With this increase in the popularity of cryptocurrency mining has also gained a lot of popularity. But again, everything comes with a cost, and the cost that we are paying here is the environmental cost. Cryptocurrency mining uses a lot of energy, which is very harmful for our environment. Bitcoin alone consumes more than 120 terawatt hours per year, while using more electricity annually than the countries like Malaysia, Sweden, and Argentina. Mostly cryptocurrency is done using non-renewable resources. So in order to getting more sustainable methods, we can use renewable sources as a source of our energy to reduce the negative impact on environment. So our study focuses on the capability of three countries and their capability to check whether they are sufficient enough to use renewable resources as their main source of energy to mine cryptocurrency.
So here is one of the LR metrics that we have prepared. Under this, we have gone with around 13 to 14 papers for the literature review. And from all these papers, we have concluded that the countries that are using renewable energy, that are using non-renewable energy, are having a negative impact on the environment. And cryptocurrency mining creates a negative impact on the environment, as it is predicted that the energy consumption will lead to an increase in the degree temperature in the world by 2030. So our research gap under this was that whether to check whether the countries like China, Canada, and USA are capable of mining cryptocurrency using renewable energy and the impact on the environment that they have. Whether the countries will have whether countries are having sufficient resources to use renewable energy. Coming to the objective of the study, to examine the capability of countries, China, USA, and Canada to mine cryptocurrency, and to understand the effect of cryptocurrency mining on the environment.
So research methodology is that we have used secondary source of data, and data that we have extracted is from the coin share reports 2022. And we have taken carbon emission data, and we have taken cryptocurrency mining country-wise data. And from the government websites, we have extracted the data about the renewable resources of energy, and then we have done our analysis.
Coming to the discussion part, we know that cryptocurrency mining has created a lot of negative impact on the environment, considering the carbon emissions that they have produced over the years. As per the Coinshare report data, we can see that China has drawn a power of 1 megawatt to mine cryptocurrency, whereas Canada stands at 529 megawatt and USA itself alone has drawn 1,380 megawatt of energy. And the carbon intensity that these countries have produced is 380 gigawatt kilowatt per hour. Canada with 234 gram kilowatt per hour. USA with 447 kilowatt per hour. China has an installed capacity of 1,161 gigawatts of renewable energy, whereas Canada stands with an installed capacity of 106 gigawatts and USA with 352 gigawatts. As observed, we cannot completely cut down the negative impact on the carbon emission due to cryptocurrency mining, but as a matter of fact, we can reduce the extent to it. So after doing the descriptive analysis of the countries and the capability to mine cryptocurrency, we can say that China, Canada, and USA are sufficient enough to use renewable energy in order to mine cryptocurrency.
So coming to the facts of our research paper, other than using renewable resources and to save the environment, we can use some other techniques as well in order to reduce the environmental impacts. So first we have two techniques. We have a concept of undervolting and overclocking. As the name suggests itself, overclocking is a concept where we overutilize a machine so we can get the maximum output, and undervolting is that reducing that after effects of the overclocking. So if we use these two techniques simultaneously, we can easily reduce the consumption of energy and we can increase our output of the result. Secondly, we have seen that China has 1 megawatt of energy consumption for cryptocurrency mining. That is because China has banned cryptocurrency mining. So basically, they export their cryptocurrency mining from different countries, so because of that they have lower energy costs and they can work under more favorable regulations. Other than that, all these countries data that we have taken, they are developed countries. It is easier for them to use renewable resources of energy, but all the other countries that are mining cryptocurrency, it is not practically possible for them to use renewable resources as their main source of energy. So if we really want to save the environment and if we really want to take measures in order to reduce the environmental impacts, we all have to come together and all the countries have to function unitely.
Coming to the conclusion of our study, we can say that the countries are capable of mining using renewable energy, China, USA, and Canada, three of them. But at the same time, we need to understand that cryptocurrency mining emits a huge amount of carbon emission, and the amount that they are exuding is creating negative impact on the environment. In terms of that, we need to use clean energy in order to reduce the environmental impact, and this approach will only help us lessen mining negative impact on the environment if we are using renewable energy as part of a source. And alongside that, we can also say that countries, the countries that we have taken for our study is USA, China, and Canada, and three of the countries are developed enough to use renewable energy, whereas countries like Kenya and countries like countries like Kenya and Angola are these countries which are not developed and are depending upon other countries for their survival. Considering this fact that all the countries are not capable enough or to mine using renewable energy, it will be very difficult for countries that are developed enough to save the environment using renewable energy, and they need to independent effort from all the countries are required in order to
So coming to the annexures, here we have taken graphical data. We have country-wise data, and we have data every country is using for cryptocurrency mining. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters. Any questions, ma'am?
Yes, I would like to ask a couple of questions. So, looking at the title of your presentation, I was expecting some tools and techniques you might have used for comparative analysis. I figured out it that you have just made some comparison based on the existing facts and figures, right? So, are you planning to, apply any mathematical tool or technique for the comparative analysis in future?
Yes, ma'am. As a part of our study, when we started, we were planning to do so, but because we had a very limited amount of data from countries, and it was not it limited amount of data, we went with the descriptive analysis for the same. But but we are still looking for much more bigger data from other countries as well in order to make a bigger comparative analysis.
And how do you think that your study will contribute in, future research in this direction?
I Ma'am, for us, when we were doing our research paper, one of the possibility was that the environmental impact that the world is currently facing. As we have gone through the study, we found out that the cryptocurrency mining will lead to an increase in 2 degrees Celsius of temperature by 2030. And at the same time, the environmental impact that we can see today, the melting of glaciers, the coral relief problem that we are having, I think our research will can lead to countries work unitedly in a way that they are not just using renewable energy or other sources of energy for themselves, but at the same time supplying this energy to other countries that are not developed. And alongside that, researchers can further look into the study in order to find out other ways of reducing the environmental concerns. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That was satisfactory enough. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Now here is the on offline mode of presentation of paper ID 7676. Paper namely analyzing customer retention through service quality in Delhi restaurants. Authors are Dr. Jasmine, Sabrina Paul, and Kavya Gupta. I would like to request call all the three authors on the dais. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all present. My name is Kavya Gupta and I'm here today with Sabrina Paul. We're undergraduate students from Jesus and Mary College, Delhi University, and we're working on this research paper under the guidance of Dr. Jasmine, who's with us online today. Our research paper is titled Analyzing Customer Retention Through Service Quality in Delhi Restaurants. So, we witnessed that there is a need for analyzing and knowing more about customer retention, considering that Delhi being the dining capital of India, there are new eateries which are opening up every day, and the restaurant business has become a highly competitive one. Considering that, we witnessed that there is a challenge of retaining and building customer loyalty, which needs to be addressed, which is why we decided to conduct this research. A few of our objectives through this research are, firstly, we wanted to evaluate different key factors for customer retention. We wanted to know which strategies worked for old establishments and made them successful, and they have been working for so many years till now. Secondly, we wanted to evaluate the existing service quality and customer satisfaction in different restaurants in Delhi. And finally, we wanted to know that which are the new strategies which can be adopted according to the different dynamics in the restaurant industry as and when we need to adjust. For example, during COVID, there were many changes which were made. And after that, people had to adapt to more hygienic measures. So we wanted to analyze all of these aspects and see that where the restaurants lie currently in the restaurant industry.
So, talking about the previous studies and researches that guided us for our project, on thorough study of a lot of papers, a few of the studies which acted as a guiding principle for our study are highlighted as follows. According to Rudy and Mansley, there is, as Kavya mentioned, that there are intensified competition and tactics which the new coming restaurants are following. So, in such a world of pre-competition, there is a dire need for the existing and the long-standing businesses to sort of differentiate themselves on other aspects in order to make themselves more relatable in the current scenario. So, as explained by the authors, the perceived service quality is the degree and direction of the discrepancy that occurs between the customer perceptions and expectations. So, moving on, the perceived quality was also defined as the customer's judgment as to how they perceive a proper business's overall excellence and superiority. So, a lot of dimensions were also discovered from a lot of papers. Moving on, that customer retention basically indicated how a customer is coming back to a particular restaurant, and is there an intention by them to repurchase the service or regain that service again and again. Similarly, we have also utilized another methodology which goes by the name of the Net Promoter Scheme, which was originally written by Frederick F. Reichelt. So he explained that in all of the businesses, the marketing departments, they focus on areas which they can actually control themselves. So branding or the positioning of the businesses becomes really important to analyze such factors. So the customer's willingness to actually recommend the restaurant to maybe a friend or a colleague or a known person becomes an important aspect that we aim to cover through this research. Moving on to the methodologies, I would like to first discuss the project timeline that we followed. So we did draft a proper survey which had Likert type scale questions on a scale of 1 to 5, which included questions following the guidelines of the ServQual and the NPS model. And along with that, we had also included a qualitative and open-ended question for the respondents to fill in for any suggestions that they might have. So phase 2 consisted of a pilot survey, which was really important for us to see whether our questions were comprehensive, whether they covered all aspects, or whether if there is any problem in understanding the questions per se. Thirdly, we evaluated the data and lastly, interpreting the data, which we will be sharing with you in a few moments. Talking about the methodologies, as explained, the ServQual model was adopted, which was originally written by Parasuman Zethamal and Berry. Talking about the instrument, as explained earlier, it is basically a measure which is sort of used to measure the service quality in various restaurants and other industries per se. They include majorly 5 dimensions, which are tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. So these 5 dimensions act as a guiding and a framework principle, which sort of helps us to distinguish as to which particular dimension is the most important or crucial within a particular restaurant that we chose to survey. So our survey consisted of 3 parts, and we had demographic information such as the age of the respondents. Secondly, the second part of the instrument consisted of 11 statements, which were supposed to measure the expectations of the customers from the particular restaurant that we chose to survey. The third part consisted of the same 11 statements, but which measured the actual the perception of the customers. So overall, the survey had 22 statements in all, which out of which the 11 were similar. Talking about the requirements that we had followed using the ServQual measure, we had included Likert scale questions with 1 to 5 scale, which one indicated that the person strongly disagreed with the given statement, and 5 being that they strongly agreed with the given statement. Talking about the data collection period, the survey consisted of close-ended questions, and they were carried out in different parts of Delhi NCR, since our main focus was in Delhi. Factors such as accuracy and precision and difficulty in understanding the statements were taken into consideration while we conducted the pilot study. So, talking about how we analyzed using the ServQual model, Out of the collected data, as I had explained, that 11 statements were pertaining to the expectations and 11 were pertaining to the perceptions. Gap scores were collected, and the gap scores were calculated using this given formula, that is the perceived quality and minus the expected quality. So after calculating the gap scores, an average of the gap scores for each of the 5 dimensions, the tangibility, reliability, assurance, empathy, and responsiveness, were calculated separately. Coming to the net promoter score, in one of Harvard Business Review's original paper, the only number you need to grow, which was written by Frederick F. Reichel, they explained that after a certain sample was collected, there was a need of adding a question where the respondents were gauged on the basis of how likely are they to recommend a particular restaurant to a friend or colleague or any known person. So as per the requirements of the model, we had provided a question from a scale of 0 to 10, which followed the guidelines of the NPS model, with 0 meaning that they were not likely at all to mention or recommend the restaurant, with 5 being neutral and 10 being that extremely likelihood that they will be recommending it to their known people. On that basis, the respondents were categorized into 3 categories, namely promoters, passives, and detractors. Promoters would be the ones who would award 9 or 10 points within the scale. Similarly, 7 or 8 points awarded, the respondents would be termed as a passive. And detractors would be someone who would have awarded a 0 to 6 points on that particular scale. So the NPS index would be calculated by the given formula that, if we detract the promoters, the detractors from the promoters, we'll be able to get the net promoter score. Talking about the limitations of our study, because meaningful responses and perception statements required some knowledge and the respondents having some prior experience with the restaurants chosen, we can say that the serve call model is sort of limited to the current and existing customers of the given restaurants. So talking about in the terms of scope, as this project was a work in progress, we were only able to collect samples from 4 different restaurants across 4 different categories. So using that convenient sampling method and primary survey, the concise number of restaurants may be and may be elaborated in the future study. Talking about the limitation that we might have faced during the data collection period was that since the survey consisted of a close-ended questionnaire, with only one question having an open-ended question where the respondents can suggest their own needs or suggest any shortcomings on their part, can be introduced later on.
So using our respondent survey from 200 different respondents, we came to different results. For the ServCall result for the category cafe, we saw that in terms of assurance, they had a score of 0, which indicates that they were able to satisfy the customer's expectations. A score of 0.34 in empathy shows that customers perceive the empathy of the cafe surveys to be significantly higher than their expectations, and the other negative scores show that the tangibility aspects, the reliability and responsiveness aspects do not meet the customer's expectations. Similarly, we did the so-called result for different food chains in which we saw that the tangibility, reliability, and all of the dimensions were below the expectations of the customers. And the same thing applied for family-style restaurant as well as fine dining restaurant. There were a few qualitative results as well, which we will be sharing.
So talking about the qualitative results, which were based on the suggestions that we received throughout the survey, were that for the category of cafes, there were some respondents who felt that the seating availability might be an issue. Some suggested that the menu should be enhanced, and there was also an increasing desire for personalized service within the cafe. Talking about the suggestions that we received on the fast food chain, there was a stark, increase in the opinion that there must be some innovation to the menu of the existing fast food chains, and that the quality must be consistent throughout for each and every order. Secondly, there was seen that there was a demand for healthier options.
possibly due to COVID pandemic that people wanted to shift to even healthier and more hygienic options. Similarly, again, an expansion of seating options was also recommended, and an importance of hot food and packaging was also noticed. Talking about the family style restaurants, there was a need for increasing the modern aesthetic and the ambience of the restaurants, which are related to the tangible aspect of the restaurants. Similarly, quality and hygiene standards, they felt that must be increased and improved further on. Talking about the fine dining restaurant, even though a lot of the respondents appreciated the food quality and ambience, there was still suggestions that they should get the value for money and the pricing must be revised. And also the investment on maintenance should be focused on.
When it came to the Net Promoter Score results, we saw that the highest score was given to Cafe, which showed a positive NPS, which indicated that there are higher proportion of promoters than detractors, which means that people are more likely to recommend the restaurant to others. And in comparison to that, the fast food chain, family style restaurant, and the fine dining restaurant have lower scores, especially fast food and especially family style and fine dining had a negative score, which showed that there were more detractors than promoters, and they were more likely to not recommend the restaurant. Finally, in conclusion, the significant discoveries which we saw was that firstly, since the cafe was through surf call, we saw that that was the only main category which had the highest proportion of satisfaction through customers, and that the same result was indicated through the NPS score as well. Since even in the NPS score, there were the highest promoters for the cafe. So it basically means that if your service quality is up to the mark, then your customers are likely to recommend the restaurant to the third party organizations.
So, based on the data that we had collected and the analysis we had done, that for the cafes, it was important that they can leverage the positive perception of the service quality and enhance the tangibility and the responsiveness aspects to exceed the customer expectations. Similarly, fast food chains can sort of incorporate an improvement in the tangibility and reliability aspects to bridge the gap which occurred between the perceptions and the expectations. For the family style restaurants, the restaurants need to prioritize and improve their reliability, tangibility, and empathy measures to meet and exceed the customer perceptions. And similarly, for fine dining, more emphasis on the tangibility and reliability aspect were noticed. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Quite a long time. Okay, I wanted to ask a few questions. Firstly, you mentioned about any other sampling technique would have been better.
So the sampling method was a mix. We also we took convenience sampling as well as sampling on the location.
Okay.
So the people who were dining currently at the restaurant were asked to fill the survey, which made sure that there is reliability to our answers.
Do you think stratified sampling would have been better choice?
If you're recommending it, then definitely we would.
Asking, what do you think about it?
Yeah, we think that we can definitely add it since our research is a work in progress. In the following responses, we can definitely add stratified sampling method and improve our survey.
Quantified the perceived value and the expected value. You mentioned some gap formula, right? So how actually you have measured it?
So, for example, for tangibility, like for example, ambience, a respondent called A said that the score was 5 for them in terms of expectation, and their perception was 4. So the score would be 4 minus 5, which will lead to a -1 score. And similarly, considering all the other
whatever data you have taken on the Likert scale from there,
right. Yes, yes, yes. We've computed it and then we've taken average gap score so that we can analyze the specific dimensions in which we have to take the result and find that which dimension has been done best by a particular restaurant and which dimensions can they improve on.
Okay. Results. So I noticed that reliability was mentioned in negative terms.
Right.
So I didn't understand.
So basically, a negative score indicates that the customers perceive their experience. No, so the question which we used for reliability was order accuracy in because that is what was suggested in the model in the surf call model. So if someone, for example, someone's order accuracy is not to the point, then and if they feel that there is a gap between it, then they had given a lower score on the Likert scale, due to which an average score came out to be negative.
Ma'am, I would just like to add that order accuracy would mean that a customer perceives that their order must be accurate every time they order. So their expectation would be, let's say, a 5. But if we take the restaurant in consideration that we chose to survey, let's say ABC, and the customer feels that no, this restaurant does not provide the order accurately, that is how they'll give a reliability score of, let's say, 2 or 3. So when we subtract the perceived and the expected quality, which is 2 minus 5, then it comes out to be a negative result. Okay. So this was just to follow the framework which was provided. Yeah. Okay, got it. Understood, ma'am. All right. Absolutely, ma'am. We'll take it into consideration. Absolutely, ma'am. So I feel like since we've only taken these two models, which is the NPS and the serve call model in consideration, we can expand our research using, let's say, other mobile apps or let's say social media analysis as to see what the expected and the perceived qualities can be, because there are a lot of customers who also provide reviews online. So this was just a framework that we chose to use depending on the the original conception. Yeah.
Ma'am, to add to that, we were also thinking of using correlation. Once we have more results, then we wanted to use that model as well to see that how can the demographics also be incorporated in our results. Uh, so we're asking questions.
So we've considered the age factor, but since it's a work in progress, following our research, we can also incorporate the cultural backgrounds or let's say the income backgrounds of a particular respondent.
Um, so when it comes to the restaurant industry, definitely. Okay, understood. So we would definitely like to dig deeper into it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving ahead, now I would like to call paper ID 102. The paper name is Green Banking, Systematic Review on Customers' Insight. The authors are Shrishti Ranjan and Vaibhav Bansal. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Can I present now?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
You may screen now. And all the presenters are requested to please wind up within 10 minutes, as we're out of time.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. You may start.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shrishti Ranjan, along with my co-author, Vaibhav Bansal, and the topic for research is Green Banking for the Future, a systematic review of customers' insight under the guidance of Dr. Bhupender Singh Hadda in his absentia. So as we know that green finance is a very trending topic nowadays, so we have narrowed down a topic to green banking, that is a financial service industry initiative that promotes sustainable development of the economy. And as we know that customer insights are very essential for developing a product or a service, so it is essential to understand that whether the green banking initiatives taken by the bank do have an impact on the customers or not. So for this, our demographic region is India, and we have done systematic review on the papers of past 10 years. So for the purpose of literature review, we have two variables. The first is independent variable, that is green banking, and the second is dependent variable, that is the customer's perception and loyalty. So as on the screen, we can see that we have identified 10 papers for green banking. So the examples are green loans, green mobile banking apps, and green ATMs. And for the customer insights, that is our dependent variable, we have identified almost 8 papers, and we see that customer perception or the overall impression of the customers have a very much impact on the initiatives taken by the banks. So as we analyze the papers of last 10 years, we could see that there is a great scope of research in this area. And we have also come to a conclusion that there has been no study published in the scholars as of now, which gives a mere conclusion. Every paper gives a dual aspect on this topic, like it has a positive impression on the customers as well as the customers are mere negligent about this topic. So the objective of the study is that the first one is to identify and synthesize the evidence on customer perceptions of green banking. The second one is to explore the role of green banking in promoting the sustainable development of the economy, India in our case. And the third is to provide research gaps for future insights or future research on this field. So the hypothesis, the first, that is null hypothesis, is that the environmental and social responsibilities of a bank does not mediate the attraction of customers towards banks practicing green banking, whereas our alternate hypothesis is that the environmental and social responsibilities of a bank does attract the customers and their choices and preferences towards investing in banks.
So coming on to the main part of the research, that is the research methodology. So starting off, as we know, it is a systematic literature review. So we have taken the guidelines of the Prisma, which provides us with the 27 points to be followed while preparing this systematic literature review. So in our methodology, the main thing was the literature review, how we have found out the literatures and how have we narrowed down them. So first off starting, we have focused on Web of Science, Google Scholars and Scopus for identifying the studies which we have taken for the past 10 years. Then the selection criteria, for the selection criteria, where we have only taken those papers which have been published in the reviewed journals and have excluded other articles. For the data extraction, we prepared a LR matrix in which we categorize the authors, the publishing year, the techniques they have used for their research, and we have given more importance to the papers which have more research techniques, so we can come to a conclusive study. Then we have done this data synthesis, that is, by reading all those research papers, we have synthesized a common conclusion, that is the data analysis. And then at the last, we have came to the findings and the conclusions for our study. Next, the results. So in the start, we identified around 30 papers, from which 5 were duplicates paper, and 7 papers found out to be irrelevant to our topic, which presented a mere review of the customer's insight, but not a full review, which we're looking for. And at the end, we finalized around 18 papers. So next, if we talk in terms of the years, the trends, what we have found in the green banking is that, as I mentioned, we have collected papers from the last 10 years. So coming from the 2012 to 2022, we identified that most of the papers were published in 2020 and 2021, whereas around 2 to 4 papers were only published in the past years. Uh, if we talk about the techniques which are most used in the study, we could see that we only found out empirical studies on the green banking from the customer's point of view, and not a lot of theoretical studies were there. So we see that here is another research gap. What we saw was that theoretical studies were absent. And if we talk about the empirical studies, we could see SCM and PLS SCM were more prevalent in the studies rather than regression, ANOVA, and chi-square. These were in limited numbers. Coming on to the findings and recommendations, what were our findings from reading the research papers? We found out that there was a absence of two-dimensional study. We could see no paper presented a conclusive study. There was a considerable gap in the research. Next is the adoption of green banking from a customer's insight. We could see that papers are presenting the performance, the trust of the consumers, the awareness about the consumers, how they have the awareness of the banking. But a crucial role, what the aspect they were missing from these paper is that the customers, they didn't present the view of the customers' environmental knowledge, or the perception of the customers about the religiosity. As we can see, if we talk about Muslims, there we can see that Muslims are not prevalent to taking interest from the bank. If we consider this factor in green banking, we could not see any papers around the Google Scholars or Scopus. Next, we have identified some moderators, mediators, and the control variables. So as we know, moderators are which can enhance the link between the green banking and the customer's perception. We see if customers have more environmental knowledge, they have more idea about how the green banking could change the pricing of the banking services, and how and if the banks get into this perception that how advertisement can enhance their business, it would be great. The mediating factors would be that the customer's determination or their attitude towards the one organization also plays a crucial role in how the customers perceive the adoption of the green banking. And later we have the control variables. So gender, education, and age are also important points which we should consider in the adoption of the green banking. So coming to the conclusion, we could see that in the recent years, there have been a great, a trend of green finance and green banking, and there is a direct or an indirect both impact on the organizations of this green banking. So we can conclude that there should be more studies in this area, and there is a high gap that if the more research are taken into this area, it would be not only beneficial for the organizations or the uh, customers, but it would be also beneficial for the environment as a whole. So coming on to the implications, as mentioned earlier, there is a scarcity of the literature on the green banking, and there can be more study on this area, and there are many customer driven drivers which can be considered to enhance the study. So thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us, do you found any research article based study during your review?
Uh, s- uh, s- so your question was not clear. Can you repeat it again?
Skill which is based on mathematical based study or computational based study or any.
Yes, sir. So what we have included is the empirical studies only in our research, but we have not done any or we have not done our own analysis. We have just presented a systematic review, sir, of the papers.
Okay, and you have considered all the article from Scopus.
Yes, sir. We took papers from three platforms, that is the Scopus, the Google Scholars, and Web of Sciences, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other question from the audience?
Uh, oh, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so you have presented the research gap,
Yes, ma'am.
your next future course of action.
So, ma'am, next future course of action would be, as mentioned, we have taken only the region of India for now and the past 10 years data only. We can move towards the initiative when was the green banking initiative was taken in around whole the world. So we can not only see the perception of the Indian customers, but also how as a world whole sees the green banking, ma'am.
So, but what will be what will be your contribution in this field?
Ma'am, our contribution would only be, ma'am, if I talk about my experience of reading the research papers, what we have done the literature review, we could find that, ma'am, no paper was presenting a conclusive point whether it is beneficial for the customers or not. But for with our study, we can provide the world a conclusive point on how is it beneficial for the customers or not.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon the paper ID 103. Paper name, Macroeconomic Perspectives in Banking Management, a Conceptual Framework. The authors' name are Vardha Sardana and Shubham Singhania. Are you guys present there? Vardha Sardana and Shubham Singhania. As we don't have any response from them, I may like to call upon the next paper ID. That is 126. The paper name is Designing a Mobile Health Platform for Effective Medical Records Management in Hospitals. The author name is Yuvarajan C and Nithya Priya. Are you guys present?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Are you audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Ah, okay.
You may share your screen now.
Yes, sir.
And you're requested to please wind up your presentation within 10 minutes. He's audible. He's trying to share his screen. Mr. Yuvarajan?
Yes, sir.
You can please start your
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sharing my screen. It's my screen is visible, sir.
No, it's not visible. Yeah.
No, no, sir.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you may start your presentation.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Yuvarajan. I am student of Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. It's in Porur. And my other authors are my faculties, which is working in Faculty of Management in Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. And I am the person to designing a mobile health platform for effective medical record management in hospitals. And the introduction, it's in recent years they have the growing need to develop our technology in basis of streamlined process of the healthcare and including management of medical records. Most of the technology were included development in recent years, but the medical record uh, they are using their normal and traditional level of the traditional level of process to saving their patient files like inpatient and outpatient day care patients are allotted, and it occupied more spaces in hospitals. So I invented for the designing a mobile app for the advanced mobile technology, and it's including healthcare. To address this research to address the inefficiency and the limitation of traditional paper-based medical record system. A mobile health platform was developed to facilitate effective management of medical record in hospitals. And in challenges in medical record department in overall hospitals, the manual documentation leads to transcription errors, and incomplete records will be stable in days to day and week to week. They are incompleted because of the doctors did not reach the medical records in hospitals like that because of the busy scheduling. And paper storage take up significant physical space. Most of the hospital they can't able to manage their physical papers to arrange in the MRD department. And sometimes it's take risk management, and damages are also there, and they have to change the files in 3 months one and or 6 month ones. And record retrieving in time consuming. If the patient need to reach medical record for their purpose, any purpose to record, they need something, and for the legal issues, it's definitely takes some times for retrieving. And after it's definitely affect to the workflow efficiency. Lack of interoperability and interest and coordinated care across the department. Sometimes missing files and replaced files also there using their UHID numbers. Delays in patient update. For example, if the baby is born and they did not mention the baby name, but the baby, but in the certificate they need a baby's name. So these are the delays, and some errors should be placed in the medical records. Insufficient record keeping system. Most of the hospital they have the more than systems, but even though they can't able to contribute comparing to digital and physical records, and no proper communication in between the hospital providers like doctors, nurses, physicians, and these are the who are the healthcare providers. They can't able to communicate each other because of the same patient, because they have a different time scheduling and different shifters in the hospitals. So they can't able to uh, collaborate and can't able to discuss about the patient problems and identifications. This research method, the methodology, this study employed a qualitative approach using a combination of primary and secondary data collection method. It include a current state level of patient record management in private multi-specialty hospital. Uh, this combination will be allowed at, and the collection data should be proceeded as 3 point of view. First is the primary data and secondary data. Third is observations from the direct multi-specialty hospital. Direct observation of medical record department and their workflow conducted by focusing and a file storage management process, file tracking system, staff performance, and frequency of errors. These are their problems, how they facing day by day. These are the primary data, what I observed and what I get at the data from the department and the hospitals. Semi-structured interviews with the staff in the medical record department and also other department, how they are facing. And secondary data is an documentation and registration. How the documentation will be proceed and register and how the registration process will be proceed and a patient flow and standard procedures. How the department will be flow and the background information, how they provided and privacy and security, everything is based on the methods and the collection data only. So these are the procedures I observed. So what my plan is, I want to invent the mobile app with the low code, no code platform. I am not a medical, I am not a IT guy. I am a medical student. So I build an app means how I don't know how to build an app. So I using a low code, no code platform, which I studied in open source in Google itself. This is my ideology. The ideology is an mobile application uh, concept drawn inspiration of the Google Form and Google Drive. If you know Google Form, in Google Form we have to fill the question and answer form. It's like asking the name and registration number and a mobile number. Like that, Google Form we can take it. And same time, Google Drive is an uploading system. If you have any storage, you can upload using your mobile. That same storage will upload in Google Drive, and you can use the alternate mobile or alternate system. You can approach to retrieve the storage using your Gmail ID or password to get the storage from the same Google Drive. So these are the combination to attach. In a Google Form, we can answer and we can make it something like we can upload pictures and uh, we can signature will be uploaded, our photography, everything we can upload or we can return also. So these two will be the main objectives and it's to be manage and to combine. That's only my app.
Rajan,
This app is
please conclude. And
oh, okay, sir. And my app is based on Zoho creation only. I use it as a low code, no code. Almost 8 to 5 low code, no code platforms are there by Zoho. But I used Zoho creators for when I giving input means it's giving output for me. And how I invented this application is using the drag and drop and a lookup, delete script and the workflow of the script, refer field and enable actions among others. These are the primary sector of my application builder. And this is my logo, MBP. It's an medical record management basic prototype. It's a short form and DV is in development and MRD basic prototype is my mobile app basic model. And you can see the models. This is in right side you can see the model is an user ID is a first model and the second model is my registration form for patient registration and the third model is patient medical records, fourth model is scheduling appointments. These four models and have the four different type of forms and four different type of storages. It's all will be collected to one storage point. That's only the based cloud based storage there using one master controller. And these four models in master access control panel, we can say. In control panel, it is you can see there four different models. Within it will customizable. We can use in mobile, we can use in system, we can use iPad or a tablet.
Hello, sir.
Tablet.
Requesting you to conclude your session within next 30 seconds.
So, but okay, sir. This is my model one. Model one is an user ID, and user ID means you can know that administrations and hospital providers. Model two is based on patient registration only, focus on patient registration. Model three is patient medical records, what they are chief complaint from the chief complaint to discharge summary. Model four is an appointment booking patient before registration form for only accessible for the peoples. normal peoples, we can get the link from the hospital, or they can approach their own mobile access. And these are the codings. From the right side, I given the input of the codings of the user ID manual. So it's give the output of the what I trying to uh, ask the questions about the user ID. That will be reflected in the right side. If I enter the basic prototype.
Your time, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Rajan,
Question and answer session.
Dr. Yuvraj,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
am I audible for you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, we are running total time. That is why we stop you. But we understand the concept. Can you tell us what's new in your app? Although medical hospitals, they have already some existing software. They are using already such kind of apps.
Yes, sir.
What is new?
Sir, it's a simple way to customizable, sir. If they are using the hospital, they have to pay developers and they get the app like that. But if you're using a low code, no code, a simple way to identify the app, we can build our own perception, sir. If you want anything change, you can change your app, sir. Like that, this is the concept. Simple way to build.
Okay, in which language you have written the code? Python or something?
Sir?
In which language?
No, sir. Actually, it's not a Python. Sir, actually, it's not a Python or JavaScript, sir. It's just a low code, no code, sir. It's inspiration of the Java, sir, but it's a low code. Low code, no code means we can give the name and we have to interpret just a common basic interpret only, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
so
much
much,
for
sir.
that presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Here now I would like to invite all the dignitaries to come in front. I request Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor, sir, to felicitate our guest of honors today, Dr. Vandana ma'am, Dr. Gajendra sir, Professor Suraj Rana, Professor VB Singh with mementos and certificate. Thank you so much, everyone. I extend my deepest gratitude to all who have contributed to the remarkable success of this session. With a special thanks for Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, our Group Vice Chancellor. His unwavering commitment and visionary leadership have been the foundation of this discussion. As we draw this session on digitalization, transformation, and business operations, as to a close, we wish to express our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed speakers and their invaluable insights, and to our session chairs, Dr. Vandana ma'am and Dr. Gajendra sir, for their outstanding guidance throughout. The enriching discussion held today have not only been fruitful but have also shed light on promising path for future advancement in the field. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Next session will start at 3:30 sharp. Thank you so much for all the online joiners.
Hello, everyone. Uh, Good evening to all. So now I would like to start the session for the day. Now I will introduce all the chairs. Firstly, Professor Ompal Singh. Now I will introduce Professor Ompal Singh. Professor Ompal Singh is a professor in the Department of Operational Research, Faculty of Mathematical Sciences, University of Delhi. He is currently a Joint Secretary cum Treasurer of Society of Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operational Management, and Associate Editor of International Journals of System Assurance, Engineering and Management, Springer. He obtained his PhD degree in software reliability from University of Delhi in 2005. He has published extensively in journals of high repute in marketing, software reliability, and optimization. He has more than 21 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultation in data handling, data analysis, and decision making. Professor Ompal Singh has actively involved to cater functionally of the Proctor Office, manage law and order situation in University of Delhi, organizing Antardhwani Cultural Festival and assisted in the successful visit of Gyano, Gyandoya Express. He has been awarded with Lifetime Achievement Award for Global Leadership and Pioneering Contributions to the field of software reliability engineering, along with the award for his dedicated contributions to development of DQM Research Center in Serbia, June 2014. Also conferred with Diploma of Excellence for the research paper presented on 5th DQM International Conference on Life Cycle Engineering and Management in 2014. Now I would like to introduce our next chair, Dr. Adarsh Anand. Dr. Adarsh Anand is presently working as Associate Professor at the Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi. His research area includes innovation adoption, modeling and marketing, software reliability modeling and assessment, social media analysis. He is a lifetime member of Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operation Management. He has been awarded as a young promising researcher in the field of software reliability and technology management by SERQOM in 2012. He has been also conferred with International Research Excellence Award in the field of innovation, diffusion, modeling, and marketing during 7th International Conference on Quality, Reliability, Infocom Technology, and Business Operations in 2015. He is on editorial board for the various journals and has guest edited several special issues for journals of international repute. He has authored 3 textbooks, namely Market Assessment with OR applications and social networks, modeling and analysis, and multiple criteria decision making methods. Application for managerial discretion published by the international publishing houses. Thank you. So now I will call for the paper presentation, paper ID 31, paper name investigating the effect of feature selection on cross project defection prediction. Authors are Ruchika Malhotra and Kishwar Khan. Mode of presentation is offline. So just a minute. Before we start, I would like to tell the rules that each speaker will get 8 minutes for speaking and 2 minutes of Q&A session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Kishwar Khan. I'm pursuing PhD under the guidance of Professor Ruchika Malhotra, Department of Software Engineering, DTU. So the title of my study is investigating the effect of feature selection on the cross-project defect prediction. So starting with the definition of the software defect. So the software defect is any mistake or the malfunctioning in the software system which can cause the unwanted functioning of a software. And we analyze Am I audible? Okay. So we analyze that the majority of the faults are induced in the two basic phases, that is the coding and the designing. And the software defect does not only leads to the decreasing the quality of the software, it also leads to the increasing the efforts of the testers, and it also delays the overall development schedule. And these defect software modules can ultimately cause the software failures, which means that it may also cause the failure at the end of the customer side. So software defect prediction. Software defect prediction is the process in which we classify whether a software module is defective or not. So basically, we developed a software defect prediction model, which is a basically classification model, which helps the quality assurance team to concentrate their limited resources in terms of time, effort, and cost on the most defect prone modules. It can be a class or a file. Then we use the various machine learning techniques to predict the defect in the 4 open source software systems. The software defect prediction can broadly be classified into 3 types. First one is the within project software defect prediction. It means that in this, for training and testing purposes, we use only a single project. We split the data set. Then we have the interversion. In this, if there are several versions of a software, we can use one of the version as the training data and another one as the testing data. Then in this study we have focused on the cross project defect prediction, in which if the different versions are not available for a software, then we use one project for as a training data and another project as a testing data. Then the motivation behind working on the feature selection is that nowadays there are huge numbers of features or the attributes in a data set which may be redundant or irrelevant, which may cause the inconsistency or the which may lead to the decreased quality of the software prediction model. Hence, we should perform the dimensionality reduction or the feature reduction for the data set. And we should choose a correct set of software features or the attributes that should help us in predicting the defects in a better way. So feature reduction can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One is the feature selection, another one is the feature extraction. So feature selection is just selecting a subset of features from the available features, and features extraction is transforming the set of features into a completely new set of features. Then in the feature selection, we have another 3 types that are filter method, wrapper method, and embedded method. In this, we have used the feature selection. In this study, we focus on the feature selection method, and this is the architecture of the proposed model. So, as the defect data set, we use 4 open source data set, and these are object-oriented data set and consist of 20 independent variables or the 20 features. And then for feature selection, we have used the 5 feature subset selection and 5 feature ranking techniques. For some of these data sets are imbalanced in nature. That means the the classes, the defective classes and the non-defective classes are not equally numbered. So we use the data balancing technique, and that is the SMOTE. It is the synthetic minority oversampling technique to which balances the data set. And for the classification technique, we use 5 techniques, that are the AdaBoost, KNN, that is K nearest neighbor, random forest, naive Bayesian, and bagging technique. And as the performance evaluation, we use the ROC AUC measures, which works better for the imbalanced data. And to finally validate the result, we use 2 statistical tests. First one is the Friedman test, and then we use the Wilcoxon test. So here are the conclusion. We concluded that the subset selection and feature reduction technique helps us to better predict the defective modules as compared to when no feature technique is used. And if we compare the working of the feature subset selection and feature ranking techniques, so feature subset selection performs better than the feature ranking. And the final thing that we can say is, among the 5 classifiers, AdaBoost is the one which performs the best among both the feature subset selection and feature ranking. And we have 2 techniques, KNN and naive Bayesian, which works as the worst. And these are the some key references. Thank you. That's all from my side. Yes, sir. Sir, we use the default value. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I'm working on the hyperparameter tuning. I will consider in my future projects. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There is the curse of dimensionality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir. Sir, actually, we have used 2 types of technique. First one is the feature subset selection. In that, the features get automatically selected. And then we have the feature ranking techniques. In that, we have to the features are ranked in a order. Then we have taken we have applied a formula, that is log n, and using that formula, we have selected, like in my case, we have 20 data sets. Sorry, 20 features for each data set. So we have selected the log n to the base e. So we have selected 4 features for each data set.
There are pretty good number of questions that are coming in my mind, but I think that is not going to comment. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. With the feature ranking techniques, they are put in an order of importance. Sir, for feature ranking, we have used the information gain ratio, symmetrical uncertainty. These are the techniques which we have used for the feature ranking. Sorry? Yes, sir. Thank you.
So now I would like to call next our presentator, paper ID 112, paper name Deep Learning in Neglected Vector-Borne Diseases, a Systematic Review. Author are Atmika Mishral, Arya Pandey, and Dr. Ruchika Malhotra. The mode of presentation is offline.
Good afternoon, esteemed panelists and everyone present. My name is Atmika Mishra and my co-author is Arya Pandey. We are both pursuing fourth year Bachelor's of Technology in Software Engineering at Delhi Technological University. Our guide for this research work is Dr. Ruchika Malhotra. She's the professor and head of Department Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. Our research work is titled Deep Learning in Neglected Vector-Borne Diseases, and this is a systematic review. So as we all know, a systematic review can be broken down roughly into three parts. That is planning the review, conducting the review, and reporting. We will be going through all of these in this presentation. So before I move on, I'd like to introduce the two key terms in our topic. First is deep learning. So deep learning is a methodology in which we mimic how the human brain works without explicitly programming the decisions. Vector-borne diseases are diseases that are caused through pathogens that are carried by vectors. And vectors are infected organisms that are carrying these diseases to other human beings. So the need for this systematic review basically arises from the fact that currently there is no such systematic review or a concise literature done on the topic of applications of deep learning, specifically in neglected vector-borne diseases. And these diseases currently affect over 1 billion people as per latest WHO stats. We also found a lot of gaps in the existing literature, such as absence of a holistic analysis, uh, the focused attention in case of vector-borne diseases only on malaria and dengue, and other diseases were neglected at that cost. There was inadequate addressing of limitations, limited application in specific areas of use, with focus only on prognosis and diagnosis, and a lack of recent literature survey, as I had just mentioned. So the research problem that we are catering to is what is the efficacy, constraints, and neglected diseases identified by applying deep learning algorithms in the diagnosis of vector-borne diseases. And within these, the scope of our paper is limited to schistosomiasis, leishmaniasis, echinococcosis, trachoma, and Chagas disease. So we have followed the PRISMA protocol, which is preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And basically, this protocol is used for evaluating the effects of interventions, but can also be used for reporting systematic reviews with other objectives as well. So the methodology that we followed was, first, we identified 4 RQs, which are the research questions. Then we moved on to the search strategy, where we made the key terms and searched digital libraries. Then we have the inclusion and exclusion criteria, on which we chose the papers to be included in the study. Quality assessment, where we analyzed the use of and the quality of these studies. Then we moved on to the data extraction, and finally moved to the results of the papers. So our research questions are basically focused on 4 areas. The first one is application and usage. So what are the distinct areas within these diseases where DL can be used? Then the second one focuses on disease-wise analysis. So each disease in particular has been analyzed, where all it has been used, and what all applicability can be found. Then we moved on to interdisciplinary approaches, places such as public health, entomology, epidemiology, drug discovery, etc. And lastly, we move to the emerging areas, which is key to our study so that further research can be done and the emerging areas can be identified.
Now I will move on to the search strategy that we had applied. So this was the search term that was used, as you can see in the slide. We explored the various vector-borne diseases that were neglected through the WHO website, and we found out that these were the various diseases. And then we included these three digital libraries: Google Scholar, PubMed, and IEEE Explore. So these were the few inclusion and exclusion criteria. We took into consideration the years from 2013 to 22, journal articles, and the relevance of the ideas diagnosing the neglected VBDs. And these were some of the exclusion criteria like excluding posters, book chapters, etc. So then we took into consideration 10 quality assessments, out of which we took all of the papers that scored more than 8.5 plus, and then we analyzed those papers. So here is a full format of the Prisma framework that we followed. We had a total of 64 papers from the three digital libraries that we took, out of which there were 11 duplicates, as you can see here. And then a total of 53 were left, out of which we excluded 22 on the basis of not meeting the inclusion criteria. Then we had 31 left, out of which we could not find the 4 full report papers. And then out of the 27 left, we excluded the ones that were below the score of 8.5. So we had a total of 16 papers in the neglected BBDs. Coming on to the data extraction forms, these were the two forms through which we had analyzed all of the papers that we took into consideration. Now coming to the result and discussion part, where we first discussed the first research question. So we wanted to find distinctive sub areas in which those 16 papers followed the classification. So we found out that there were 5 major sub areas in which the papers worked on. First one was disease prediction and forecasting, in which most of them were of schistosomiasis japonica and Mansoni. The second one was the vector surveillance and control, in which Chagas and schistosomiasis disease were there, mostly in the papers. Then the third was diagnostic techniques that were used, in which we had echinococcosis, and AutoML smartphone application method was being used in that. Then we had the epidemiological studies, in which we had the environmental modeling of leishmaniasis, and then we had the drug discovery and treatment, in which Chagas disease was again considered. Moving on to the second research question.
So the second research question, as I just stated, was focused within each neglected vector-borne disease. So we found a lot of unique challenges and opportunities within each disease, and also identified areas where cross-disease models could be used. So basically, in these 5 diseases, we found that a large majority of diseases were focused on echinococcosis and schistosomiasis, uh, uh, while there was very limited applicability in trachoma, and no other diseases showed applications in deep learning yet. So within schistosomiasis, we saw models like BPANN and CNN predict transmission risk and relevant parasite detection, which is snails for schistosomiasis, that was found with high accuracies. For Chagas, we had vector identification again, and that is done through image analysis. For leishmaniasis, there were prognostic and diagnostic tasks, and MLP, which is the multi-layer protocol for deep learning, that was used in case of leishmaniasis for parasite load prediction. Echinococcosis showed advancements in diagnosis, particularly with deep CNN models. And in trachoma, there were innovative DL applications and AutoML models used. So the third research questions that we analyzed worked on interdisciplinary integration. So we could find 5 major areas where interdisciplinary work could be done. The first one was epidemiology. So we observed that ANN and CNN models, the neural network models, they work very well for predicting the transmission and identifying key risk areas for these diseases. So that is one area that could be used for analyzing the disease burden in future. Then entomology, in which we identified TensorFlow, which is a library used for image analysis, and that was used for vector identification. GIS systems were also used for geographical variations of diseases. Then AutoML model for public health was also found out, particularly for tratoma. And smartphone diagnostics is another interesting area where the study illustrated a mobile app-based detection model.
So coming back to our last research question, so while the paper focuses on many of the certain diseases that were neglected in the vector-borne disease, like leishmaniasis and schistosomiasis that we talked about, there were many other neglected diseases that do not even have any research papers included. So we could also benefit from these DL applications that we have used in our papers researched on those diseases that we haven't really worked on. So that was the other emerging areas with neglected vector-borne diseases we found the potential of deep learning in. Then we discussed the limitations. So some significant diseases, as I talked about earlier, were not discussed, highlighting the need for the broader DL applications. So that was it. Thank you. We are open to questions now.
No, sir, not yet. We can look into it, sir.
Whatever little I know about the concept, already in the concept of there are software, there are tools that are available like visual analysis. Just jot down the terminology, deep learning, along with your two coordinate like vector borne disease. Will have this type of framework readily available.
Yeah, so actually we are aware of such tools, and these tools basically mine the relevant papers. But to have our main objective with this paper was to analyze these papers to find future areas for work. Yeah. We've we've made use of a software to mine the, basically it was a Python script we wrote to mine the paper list from Google Scholar digital libraries that we've used. So these were the tools that we've used to mine all of these papers and their citation, authors, year of publication, and all of those. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, paper ID 66, paper name Modeling and Control of Computer Virus Attack in Computer Network under Isolation Defending Strategy. Authors are Swapnita Mohante and Prashant Kumar. Mode of presentation is online. So, Swapnita and Prashant, can you hear me?
My voice is audible, sir?
Oh, yes, sir, your voice is audible.
Okay. Good afternoon. Today my presentation topic is modeling and control of computer virus attack in a computer network under isolation defending strategy. So in this paper, what we did, that is we have demonstrated a that is a biological model. Modeling name is SCIR. And we extended that paper by putting one class, that is isolation. After that, we find the model of that equation, mathematical model, and every epidemic model, you have to find what is measuring parameter. The measuring parameter of this model is basic reproduction number, that is R0. After finding the R0, we have calculated under which condition the model is stable. And that model is stable if R0 less than 1 for the disease-free equilibrium, then the virus is not present in the computer system. And the endemic equilibrium is stable if R0 greater than 1. And we used the MATLAB to simulate the system of equation. The introduction is, since the computer virus and biological virus are similar attacking nature, so we are taking a biological model, that is SCIR. Along with that, we include another class, that is the isolation. And we formulate the model by taking the isolation class, and we formulate by using the mathematical model. This is the mathematical model. That is, these are the assumptions of the mathematical model. And after this, after this flow diagram of how the computer virus will go from one class to another class. So this is the mathematical model of ds by dt equal to what are the rate of change of susceptible class. The whole network we divided into 5 class. That is, S stands for the susceptible, Q stands for the isolation, E stands for the exposed, I stands for the infected, and R stands for the recover. And how this is coming here, if you will check this one, this is S class is there. What is the rate of change here? The incoming arrow will represent the plus and outgoing arrow will represent the minus. So based on this idea, we taking that this system of a differential equation. Under this system of a differential equation, next or the main goal is what is the measuring parameter? That is the what is R0? How we will control the virus? So by using the next generation matrix approaches, we find the basic reproduction number is this vector, R0 equal to this. And this is the, based on this, we can say if R0 less than 1, that virus will not attack the system network. If R0 greater than 1, the system or network will be affected. So you have to test under this parameter R0, we have to find the stability of the model. Stability, the two type of stability we did, the stability at the disease-free equilibrium point and the stability at the endemic equilibrium point. So stability at the disease-free equilibrium point, we will find by using the this linearization of the model. A model is stable if the characteristic equation of this matrix, if all the eigenvalues are negative. So if you will calculate the eigenvalue of this matrix, 2 eigenvalue, I am getting the directly negative, but remaining 2, I will find by using this one, lambda square this vector. And this all the eigenvalue are negative if R0 less than 1. So this model will be stable at a disease-free equilibrium point if R0 less than 1. This is the local stable. If you will find the global stable, then we have to construct a Lefno function and we have to test the rate of change of that Lefno function. If I will take the f and rate of change of f, if it is less than, then I can say that this model is stable globally. So this is df by dt less than 0 if you will check R0 less than 1. So we can say that the model is stable at disease-free equilibrium point if R0 less than 1. And similarly, at endemic equilibrium point, have to first find that what are the equilibrium point. This is A star, Q star, E star, R star are the all are equilibrium point. And after finding the equilibrium point, you go for the stability criteria. The stability criteria, after during the analysis, we found that if this condition will satisfy E I star is less than equal to E star I, then the endemic equilibrium became stable. That is, the Lyapunov function of Z dz by dt became negative. So this is the condition E I star is less than equal to E star I. If this condition hold, then only the endemic equilibrium became stable. So after that, we did the simulation of the equation 1 by using the MATLAB, and this is the simulation result with respect to time. These are the curve of SQEIR. What are the impact of your isolation with other all class we have seen by using these two graphs? If you will take the isolation here on the x-axis and you just take the y-axis, all this curve, under this isolation, if you will increase your isolation strategy, that is exposed class is rapidly decreases. And if you will check your infected class is still under your exposed class. So the isolation strategy is a very important strategy to defend the computer virus. From these two graphs, we can see that is the first blue line is stand for the exposed class, and the red line is stand for the infected class. If the quarantine increases, this red line is never goes up your blue line, means this is the under the control. So conclusion is that if R not less than 1, the model what we are undertake, that is the stable model at a disease-free equilibrium point. And endemic equilibrium point, it is stable if R not greater than 1, along with another condition EI star less than equal to E star I. So then after you did the simulation by using MATLAB, we had seen that if we will increase our isolation class, then exposed class rapidly decrease, and along with it not allowed to infected class go up to exposed class. So this is about the presentation. These are some references. Thank you.
Any questions from the chairpersons?
Are we audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible. Yes.
Mr. Prashant, just one little query. You have done this, you have solved it with the help of an epidemic model, right?
Yes, sir.
Suppose I want to give it a check through SI, and then I want to check it through SIR, right? And then I move on to your like the proposed work. So do you
Yes,
think
sir.
there are going to be differences in the as far as your quarantine and every single output is concerned? Because this SEIR is a special class of model.
Yes, sir.
It will be belonging to a special type of virus attack.
Yes, sir.
Talking about COVID as a virus, you will not talk about S and I only. You
Yes.
will not talk about SI and R only. So is it fundamentally dependent upon the category of the virus that you are dealing with in order to get hold to the differential equation?
Yes, sir. This means the model is formulated by taking the special type of virus, how the virus is attacking. How the virus is attacking on under that control only we are develop the model.
And over to that, suppose you are not able, you have developed a variety of differential equations from S to E, I, and R, whatever like the terminologies are, and then you're not able to get hold to a stable solution for that. So after you have obtained the differential equation and you're not able to get hold to the stability, what can be done to these equations thereafter?
Sir, it is not necessary that all the model became stable. It is not necessary. So then after what we will do, that is to make the stable model, we have to control the virus, parameter. We have to do that sensitivity analysis, which parameter is very much effective on that model. We have to check that sensitivity analysis. Along with, if we will do the sensitivity analysis, we can find which parameter is the disturbing, means we are not getting the stable. And after that parameter became the in the control of the range, we will get a stable model.
All right, Prashant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon the paper ID 88, paper name, Reservoir Outflow Prediction Using Adaptive Neuro Fuzzy Inference System. The authors are Mr. Pratyusha Tatavarthi and Jaya Prakash Vemuri. Are you present there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, ma'am.
Thank you. Is the screen visible?
Ma'am, you're requested to please present within 6 to 7 minutes, as we're already short of time.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Pratyusha Tatavarthi from Mahindra University. I am here to present on behalf of Jayaprakash Vemuri, myself, and Dr. Prabhakar Singh. Both are associate professors from Mahindra University. On the topic reservoir outflow prediction using adaptive neuro fuzzy interface system. The outline of the presentation will be in the following context. Introduction followed by study area, knowledge gap, objectives, hydrological data, methodology, results, and conclusions. Reservoir outflow refers to the controlled release of water from a reservoir into downstream areas. It serves multiple purposes crucial for water management, environmental sustainability, and human activities. Reservoir outflow regulates water availability downstream, ensuring a steady supply for various needs such as irrigation, municipal water supply, industry, and maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the rate of water release, operators can optimize electricity production according to the demand and market conditions. This flexibility enhances the reliability and efficiency of hydropower systems. Furthermore, the reservoir outflow can influence downstream ecosystems by mimicking natural flow patterns. It supports aquatic habitats, migration for fish species, and maintaining water quality. The method of approach used is adaptive neuro interface system, fuzzy interface systems, and artificial neural networkings to predict the future outflow of the reservoir using past data such as elevation, gauge, and discharge. Adaptive Neuro Interface System, ANFIS, and Artificial Neural Networks, ANN, are both powerful tools for modeling complex relationships between input and output data. However, ANFIS offers some advantage over ANN in certain scenarios, particularly when dealing with systems with interpretability of the model is important. ANFIS provides a framework for building hybrid models that combine strength of fuzzy logic and neural networks. ANFIS allows for a linguistic modeling through fuzzy logic, enabling the incorporation of human expertise and domain knowledge into the model. This makes the model more interpretable and understandable. Coming to the study area, the Godavari Basin near Polavaram is a significant geographical and hydrological area located in the southern part of India. The Godavari River is the second longest river in the India. Polavaram is a village situated on the banks of Godavari River in the West Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh. The Polavaram project, also known as the Indira Sagar project, is a multi-purpose irrigation and hydroelectric dam located near this village. It is one of the largest infrastructure projects in India and has been designed to provide irrigation and water to vast agricultural area and hydroelectric power. Reservoir outflow of Polavaram plays a vital role in providing water for irrigation to fertile agricultural lands surrounding Godavari basins. The outflow from the Polavaram reservoir contributes to hydropower generation. By releasing water through the turbines, the dam generates electricity, which helps meet the energy demands of the region, thereby supporting industrial and domestic needs.
The studies carried out in the Polvaram region are minimum and the data availability in the site was minimum. Because of the absence of gauging stations and the Central Water Commission unit till the year 2018, only scope for past data at the site available was at Godavari Headwork Circle situated in Dhavaleshwaram. Works including data scarcity are often neglected because of the complexities involved. To mitigate the effects of data scarcity in the reservoir outflow prediction, techniques such as data assimilation, where available data is combined with model predictions to improve accuracy, and the use of alternative data sources such as remote sensing or hydrological modeling can be employed. Um, Artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques can be instrumented in overcoming the data scarcity in reservoir outflow prediction by leveraging the available data more effectively and by extracting insights from the limited data sets. The objective of the study is to predict the discharge or the outflow of the reservoir using past data available from the Godavari Headwork Circle. Prediction of outflow is a significant challenge due to uncertainties and limited availability of data on gauge elevation and discharge values. To carry out the methodology, data consists of hydrological readings beginning from year 2002 to 2012, which include gauge elevation and discharge are used. Gauge readings of the reservoir refer to the measurements taken at various points in or around the reservoir to monitor water levels, flow rate, and other relevant parameters. These are essential for understanding the current state of reservoir and tracking changes over time and making informed decisions about water management. The gauge levels vary from 0 to 17.102 meters. The elevation values of a reservoir refer to the heights and altitudes of various points within the reservoir area relative to a specific reference point. These elevation values are crucial for understanding the topography of the reservoir basin, determining the water level or storage capacity of the reservoir, and assessing the hydraulic characteristics. The elevations vary from 13 to 30 meters. The discharge value of the reservoir refers to the rate at which water is released from the reservoir over a specific period of time. The discharge values vary from 12 to 30 meter cube per second. It affects it is a crucial parameter in reservoir management as it affects the downstream water availability, flood control, hydropower generation, and environmental conditions. Among the data sets we have, 70% of the data is used for training data, 15% is used as a test data, and 15% was used as a validation data set. Coming to the methodology, ANN, which is a computing system that is developed to identify, estimate, classify, or make decision by using machine programs. Inspired by the biological nervous system, a neural network combines several processing layers using simple elements operating in parallel. The network consists of input layer, one or more hidden layers, and an output layer. In each layer,
Please try to conclude within 1 minute.
yeah, sure. So the data is moving forward with the methodology, the data is entered into the workspace. NARCS, which stands for Nonlinear Autoregressive Network of Exogenous Inputs, is selected. Here, nonlinear stands for input values that have sudden changes rather than smooth logical changes. The reservoir data tends to have a sudden reservoir data tends to have sudden changes depend on the hydrogeological conditions. This is the methodology that has been followed for ANN and ANFIS. Model performance evaluation plots is generated between true values in the x-axis and predicted values in the y-axis. A tight cluster around the trend line suggests that the model predictions are close to the true values, indicating good performance. The R-square values for ANN model was 0.9012 and that of ANFIS was 0.98. R-square is a statistical measure that represents the proportion of variance in the dependent variable that is explained by the independent variable of the model. An R-square value of 0.98 means approximately 98% of the variance in the dependent variable is explained by the independent variable included in the model. Similarly, in that of 0.90 explains 90% of the variance in the dependent variable is explained by the independent variable. This indicates a very strong relationship between independent and dependent variables, suggesting that the model is highly effective at capturing underlying patterns and trends in the data. Coming to the conclusions, ANFIS model predicted discharge from time series with accuracy better than that of ANN. ANN is combined with FIS model to improve speed, fault tolerance, and accuracy. The ability of ANFIS to handle uncertainty, incorporate domain knowledge and expertise effectively within limited data can make it a valuable tool for engineers and researchers working with complex real-world problems. Thank you. We are open for queries.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. Moving on to the next paper ID, that is 107. The paper name is VGG16 UNet Fusion, Synergistic Approach for Precise Image Forgery, Localization and Segmentation. The authors' name are Anukriti Kaushal and Nandini Kashyap.
Is our voice audible to you?
Sorry?
Is our voice audible to you?
Yes, your voice is audible. And I would like to request you to please complete your presentation within 5 minutes. Actually, we are really short of time.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon, respected panel members. Today we are here from the Computer Science Department of Delhi Technological University presenting our proposed model for deep learning strategies for effective image forgery detection and localization under the guidance of Ms. Anukriti Kaushal, who is an assistant professor of the Computer Science Department in Delhi Technological University. Now moving to the next slide, our project basically aims to investigate the factors which are influencing the image localization accuracy, assess the performance of the localization algorithms across the diverse datasets, and propose innovative solutions to bridge that gap somewhat. Our paper proposes and evaluates two distinct models for image manipulation, localization, and segmentation, that is VGG19 plus UNet and ResNet 34 plus LinkNet. Now, by addressing these challenges, we endeavor to pave the way for more reliable and robust images localization systems capable of meeting the demands of emerging technological frontiers and societal needs. Now, moving to the next slide, we talk about the types of image manipulation, which are basically two types, splicing and copy move.
So basically, in our proposed model, we have the first model which we want to propose to you is the VGG19 and UNet model fusion. So basically, VGG19 is a CNN architecture which has 19 layers. So basically, in these 19 layers, it consists of max pooling layers, and it also has three fully connected layers. So basically, VGG19 is well known for capturing intricate image features, making it perfect for taking needs detailed feature representation. So it is very useful for classification of whether there is whether there is forgery in this particular image or not. We had fused this VGG19 with UNet. Basically, UNet is an architecture that is specifically made for semantic segmentation tasks. It has in the structure of UNet, it has encoder and decoder. Basically, an encoder path downsamples the input image into convolutional and pooling layers to capture context information, whereas the decoder path upsamples the encoded features and includes skip connections to maintain spatial information, allowing for accurate segmentation. So the reason why we chose VGG19 and UNet as a fusion is that the complementary strengths in feature extraction and segmentation provided by VGG19 and UNet respectively. Basically, using UGG19 excels at capturing fine-grained details and integrate features within images, crucial for identifying subtle image manipulation for image forgery. Whereas UNet's architecture facilitates precise segmentation, ensuring accurate localization of a manipulated region within the image. So basically, how does this fusion works is like the first input image is sent to the VGG19 model, and the output and we get a feature map as an output image. Similarly, we send the same input image from the UNet model
and we get a different feature map. Then what we do is that we concatenate these two feature maps and train the data on the combined feature maps. If I talk to the next slide, the another proposed model which we want to present in front of you is the ResNet 34 and the LinkNet model. So basically, ResNet 34 or architecture follows a pattern of stacking residual blocks of different depths. Is in ResNet 34, these blocks are organized into multiple stages, each containing several residual blocks. The fundamental building blocks of ResNet are these residual blocks, where each block contains two or more convolutional layers along with shortcut connections that bypass one or more convolutional layers. And similarly, the LinkNet is designed specifically for semantic segmentation tasks. It employs an encoder-decoder structure with skip connections to efficiently segment these images. The encoder path extracts the hierarchical feature from image, and the decoder path reconstructs the segmentation map at the original resolution. The skip connection, which is facilitated by the LinkNet, allows for low and high level features fusion, aiding in precise segmentation while minimizing information loss. Now, the reason why we chose for the fusion of ResNet 34 and LinkNet is because the complementary strengths provided by these two models, such as feature extraction, which is provided by ResNet 34, and the segmentation, which is provided by the LinkNet. Okay. So if you, I would like to ask to the respected jury members that can we show you the implementation part of our model also? Like we can show you the implementation of our model to give you a better clarity about our proposed models.
It is only time which is constraining us, otherwise we would be happy to see it. But we have to, carry forward 4 more presentations.
Sure. So moving forward to the next slide.
So I'm going to be talking about basic experimental setup for our models. First of all, the data set that we have been using, the first one is IFL challenge data set. It has 1,273 images for testing, 3,893 for training, and 1,000 for validation, while the KCA V1 dataset has 1,275 images. The basic forgery that these datasets contain are splicing and copy move, and these dataset images have been divided into forged and pristine, each containing a ground mask for them. And there are two evaluation matrices that we're gonna be testing our models on. The first one is F1 score, which is a metric that balances of precision and recall in classification task. The formula can be seen here. And the log loss, which is also known as entropy loss, is a metric used to quantify the accuracy of probabilistic classification model by measuring the difference between predicted probabilities and actual outcomes. So to understand how the visualization is happening, you can see in this images, there is a predicted mass that we have created. To provide a nuanced understanding of this model's predictions, the predicted mass are graphically depicted with color depth as serving as representation of the model's confidence level. Here, the color map function assigns varying colors based on the confidence level, giving this green hue to the predicted mask. There are two comparative analyses that we have done in order to compare this predicted mask to the ground truth mask. The first one is confidence threshold. A confidence threshold is used to categorize the predicted mask into binary values based on the confidence level, and then they are compared with the ground truth mask. This facilitates a direct comparison at the pixel level, enables the determination of regions where the model exhibits high confidence. The second comparison is Jacobian overlap comparison. The Jacobian index provides a measure of similarity between the predicted and the ground truth. It is basically the overlap between the predicted and the ground truth mask. It ranges from 0 to 1. And through both of these comparisons, we are able to consolidate the model's performance using F1 score, hence which balances our precision and recall. Coming to the next slide, you can see in our result and analysis, our model performed very nicely on our IEEE IFS image forensic challenge dataset. The F1 score, VGC19 achieved an F1 score of 0.87, while ResNet 34 plus LinkNet achieved a higher F1 score of 0.91, indicating better performance. You can see through the blue bar. While for log loss, ResNet plus 34 LinkNet challenge and had a log loss of 0.31, which is low compared to VGC19 plus units log loss of 0.58. This signifies the superior generalization capabilities and accuracy on unseen data for the ResNet 34 plus LinkNet model.
But I would like to ask you to conclude the presentation.
Just one last. We also tested our model on KCR V1 dataset, and we found that our model gave FN score of 0.6579 for VGG19 and ResNet for 0.747. And previous models that have also been tested on the same model gave a very lower score compared to our model. These rich features was published on 2018 and local descriptor was published in 2030. In conclusion, our resonant model was very adept at image segmentation compared to VNet UGV model. We're ready for questions.
Oh, so any question from chair? Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is paper ID 41, a paper name Prediction Model for Digital Image Sampling Using Deep Learning Based Techniques. Author are Sachin and Archana Singh. Are they present? Sachin, Sachin Saxena. Sir, your voice is not coming. So वो भी present है.
Yes, I'm audible, sir.
Oh yes, sir, you are audible. So you have only 5 minutes to present your presentation.
Thank you. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. I'm Sachin Saxena. I'm the research scholar in MIT University. My paper title is Prediction Model for Digital Image Tampering Using Deep Learning Based Techniques. My co-authors are Archana Singh and Salesh Tiwari. Image. It is a strongly mobile-focused market with 72% accessing news through smartphones. Significant number of audiences using social for browsing these images, etc. So we are actually targeting the images which have been tampered and used in such news. Other than YouTube, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and all those social media are widely used for accessing these news. So cyber criminals are spreading these fake news and profile using fake images and carry out crimes, defaming, running political and religious propaganda on a large scale against individuals or organizations. And they are creating unrest. So the type of tampered images that we have focused on in our research work are the splicing. Splicing tampered image is obtained by combining two sources to get a new image, which retains the majority of one image for retail. The second class is retouching. Various operations like changing the background, modify the hue of the picture, and to improve the quality of the images. All these comprises the retouching. Sometimes the region of the image is also replaced by other portion. It is termed as region removal. And copy move, as the name suggests, the parts of image are copied and unwanted portions are removed into an image. A portion from another image is copied and pasted onto a same image. So these are the different type of tampered classes. So my work is focused on the creation of the image and feature extraction using deep learning, comparative analysis of these image tampered classes like splicing, content removal, copy move, removing regions, and to design a predictive model for detection of fake images using deep learning. So the challenges while designing a model remains that to generalize the models for real world images, that models requires large training data set. Most of the training focus on specific type of manipulation or tamper operations. Most robust model is required for dealing with host of operations such as scaling, rotating, smoothing, contrast management. So the features have to be generated that robustly reflect the complexity of the individual volumes, but cannot be overlay a complex or redundant data set. So various deep learning models actually are implemented, and then After combining that, we have proposed the proposed model. ResNet use the skip connections that allow alternate shortcut path for the gradient to flow through. ResNet perform extremely well with the deeper architecture and focus on computational accuracy. InceptionNet we have implemented, that is the multiple kernels of different size are implemented within the same layer. Instead of going deeper in terms of number of layers, it goes wider. MobileNet we have used, the scalable design includes width and resolution multiplier for flexibility in balancing model, size and accuracy. Efficient convolution reduce computational overhead.
Hello, sir. So I would like to ask you to show your results now of the presentation.
Yes, the data source that I have used actually Coco dataset and Keckle dataset. This is the accuracy actually. We have used already the pre-trained models and our customized models. I'm getting the accuracy of 96%, so which is encouraging for further work in that area. Training and validations, training accuracy is also above 90. So the main work is that high accuracy has been obtained as compared to the other models. And the previous work was mainly focusing on single type of forgery. In this paper, the work which has been presented is covering 4 types of tampering, splicing, retouching, region removal, and copy move. All those 4 types of classes have been predicted using the same proposed model. This proposed model actually defines proficiency, particularly in validation accuracy, performing better than the other considered architectures. The matching with the training data is highly encouraging, but systems still need to be tested for unpredicted data from other domains. Outcomes from the systems are giving promising directions to further investigate the tampered images. These are the references. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Our next presenter is paper ID 124. Paper name Mitigating Ransomware in IoT-enabled hospitals using blockchain and AIML techniques. Author is Praful Mishra.
Can you just confirm, am I audible?
Oh, yes, sir, you are audible. So you have only 5 minutes to present. So you can share your screen.
Yeah, just 1 second. I need to give a permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the delay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, your screen is
Yeah,
visible.
okay. Thank you so much.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So a very warm good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Praful Mishra, and I'm a BTech student at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. And my paper is titled Mitigating Ransomware in IoT-enabled Hospital Using Blockchain and AIML Techniques. Okay. Yeah. So this paper basically delves deep into the use of blockchain technology along with data masking and artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques in order to create a robust and leak-proof framework, defense framework for the IoT-enabled hospital, so as to secure the patient record and establish a resilient against such ransomware attacks. I'll just give you a brief introduction. So in the recent years, the healthcare sector has become increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks with a staggering 60% of the attacks have been in just last 1 year. So not only do such incident compromises sensitive patient data, but also disrupts the critical medical service, posing a serious risk to public health. Now, the urgency to address these challenges are underscored by many such notable events happening globally, one of which is the hacking attack on the Indian Council of Medical Research website. And as recent as of last week, on February 13th, there was a ransomware attack on the Hippocrate information system, which led to 21 hospitals all across the Romania to shut down all their online services. So when we talk about these attacks, we should be aware with the threats which it possesses. So first of all, there is a data breach, which basically is gaining an unauthorized access to the hospital network system. Secondly, will be the malware, creating a backdoor into the hospital network. Third, the most famously is DDoS, the distributed denial of services, where there is an exponential traffic in the hospital network. And fourth, the most important one is the spread of private data of the patient into the public access. Now, since I have very less time, I'll just skip on to the solution. The literature survey is being curated, observing the different authors and their research in the recent 5 years on reputed journals and conference paper. Directly jumping onto the solution. So, in the light of the recent developments happening across the world, there is a pressing need to have an innovative solution to safeguard such hospital network system against these ransomware attacks. Now, this paper basically leverages the advanced technology of blockchain and artificial intelligence to counter the ransomware attacks on the IoT-enabled hospitals. Now, by harnessing such power of these advanced technologies, the healthcare system can fortify their defenses, preserving data integrity and ensuring an uninterrupted delivery of medical services. Now, the technologies which we have used is AIML, specifically anomaly detection and intrusion detection system, which is basically a binary classifier where it could classify an anomaly happening in the hospital network. Second is the PII data masking, which basically masks out the personal data of a patient into the record so as to secure the sensitive information into an indecipherable format for any unauthorized access. And thirdly, the most important is the blockchain implementation. It serves three purposes: the patient data security, supply chain management, and access controls to limit the overall access of the patient record. Talking very briefly about the architectural diagram of the entire paper. So we have a hospital network S1, which is a very common hospital network all over the world, which is not very secure and could be easily attacked by any malicious attacker. So we have upgraded this system S1 by installing firewalls and updating it with a version control system like Git. Now, Git basically acts as a tool for updating any changes happening in the system. So it maintains a log of all the activities. Now, this system is transformed into a system S2, which is now a secured system. Now, malicious attacker attacks on the system S2, which then leads to two different type of threats. One is the spread of the personal data into the public world, and second would be the data tampering. Now, this particular compromised data is then feed into the AIML techniques, specifically the two as I mentioned, and based on the inputs, these techniques recover the data and put it into a secure data block, and finally makes into a robust, secure network system. Finally, talk about the methodology part of the secure data block. So we have a patient information, which contains both the personal data and medical data. The personal data, before putting into the blockchain, what we do is we use the...
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but please come to the conclusion.
Yeah, sure. Just a minute. I'll just conclude. So the personal data, before putting into blockchain, we are masking out all the personal details. And after this transformation, we are putting this into a decentralized public ledger to make it a leak-proof hospital network so that the personal information is protected from unauthorized access. Talking about the future enhancement, I have thought of implementing a dual blockchain network where we have a public and private sectors, and secure mapping and access control of these systems to establish a mechanism for data storage, access, and decryption. Finally, to conclude, this system of secure data block is the future of enhanced security for hospital network system, thus integrating blockchain and data masking into the IoT-enabled hospital. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions.
Thank you for your time, sir. Now I would like to call our last the presenter for our session, and paper ID is 155. Paper name Transmission Dynamics on Spreading Behavior of Worms in Wireless Sensor Network. Authors are Ajay Kumar Verma and Bimal Kumar. Oh, Ajay Verma, are you here? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ajay Verma. Oh, sir, are you here, sir? Ajay Verma, sir.
Hello.
Oh, yes,
Hello.
you are audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. So you have to conclude it in just 5 minutes.
Yes, myself, Ajay Kumar Verma. I am presenting this paper under the guidance of Dr. Bimal Kumar Misra. My paper title is Transmission Dynamics on the Spreading Behavior of Worms in Wireless Sensor Network. Good evening, every panel member. The proliferation of worms in wireless sensor network has become a significant concern in recent times. To address this issue, we introduce SIQRS model that is susceptible, infectious, quarantine, recovered, and again susceptible. For this, we establish the concept of reproduction number and equilibrium to analyze the behavior of the system. The reproduction number indicates whether the infected nodes will diminish or persist. If the reproduction number is less than 1, the infected fraction of node will eventually disappear. Conversely, if it exceeds 1, the infection fraction will persist. Furthermore, we investigate the stability of the feasible region, which represents the region where the system is asymptotically stable. By conducting numerical simulations, we validate the theoretical stability of the developed system.
Mr. Ajay Kumar, it is requested to directly showcast your differential equation set and then thereby come to the stability analysis if you have kept it, and then conclude down the line, right?
Okay, sir. These are the symbols which we used in our differential equation and the system of solution. A, total input rate of node. B, beta is infectious contact rate. Beta SI, total number of new infections at time T. D1 is natural death rate. D2, death rate caused by infection of worms. Epsilon, the rate leaving infectious compartment. I for quarantine compartment. Gamma and alpha are the rates of the class from infectious to recover. This is the differential equation that narrate the changing rate of distinct compartments as per our supposition is given this rate of change of susceptible cases is given by these infectious, quarantine, and recovery. This diagram is the flow of worms in sensor network. This is our solution for SIQR model. This is Jacobian of point P, and eigenvalues are given by this minus d1 plus d2 plus alpha minus d1 minus eta and minus d1 minus eta minus alpha by 2 and 0. These are eigenvalues of this Jacobian matrix. This is the diagram of equilibrium of a single dimension system. An equilibrium is unstable when fx is equal to fx is less than 0. That is slope is negative. If slope is 0, then it is non-hyperbolic. A non-hyperbolic stable whenever the function f interchanges sign from negative to positive at the equilibrium.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Just
But
a minute, sir. Some problem might be there.
oh, sir, your time is up. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Back to
Thank you for the presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Professor P.K. Kapoor to facilitate Professor Ompal Singh.
Now I would like to request to come Dr. Adarshan.
Hi, is there anyone out there?
We will start the session in 5 to 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start off our session by introducing the chairperson for this session, Dr. Manoj Varshney. Dr. Manoj Varshney is presently teaching as an associate professor in the Department of Statistics, Hindu College. He did doctorate degrees in biostatistics from University of Delhi. His research specialization are related to biostatistics, applied statistics, medical statistics, etc. He was invited for the special lecture at University of Riverside, California, Waljup College of Applied Sciences, Muscat, North Carolina University. He has published 17 research articles in international and national referred journals. His one research article is very much appreciated and included in the book published by NOVA publication, USA. He received an award as an emerging youth in the field of education and social work in Delhi and in the National Capital Region from the former Chief Election Officer of India, Honorable GVG Krishnamurthy, through an NGO dated 5th October 2015.
Our next chairperson is Dr. Vijala Ravi. Dr. Vijala Ravi is presently serving as an associate professor in the Department of Statistics, Lady Shri Ram College of the University of Delhi. He has 23 years of teaching experience and specializes in biostatistics and Markov models. He has established more than 35 research articles in national and international journals. He has successfully surprised one PhD thesis and is currently having 3 research students. He has submitted major and minor research projects in organizations like Bureau of Police Research, etc. He has been a part of various academic committees at college and university level. Next, Dr. Saurabh Panwar. Dr. Saurabh Panwar is currently a guest faculty at the Department of Finance Studies, University of Delhi, South Campus. He has completed his PhD from the Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi. He received his MPhil degree in Operational Research from the University of Delhi in 2015. He has his master's degree in Operational Research and bachelor's degree in Computer Science from the University of Delhi. Thank you. Now I would like to call the presenters. Paper ID 111, paper name Product Inspection Policy for an Imperfect Production System with Inspection Errors and Warranty Costs. Author Rini. Do we have Miss Rini here?
Moving on. Now I'd like to call presenter for paper ID 143, Optimizing Circular Economy Indicator in an Emission Control Smart Production Inventory System with Product Recovery. Author Karuna Mandal Aditi Khanna.
Ma'am, you may start the presentation. Miss Karuna Mandal. Ma'am, am I audible?
Karuna Mandal, are you with us?
Ma'am, there has been a technical issue on your end. You're not audible to us right now.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Ma'am, please conclude your presentation in 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. The topic of my presentation is optimizing circular economy indicator in an emission control smart production inventory system with product recovery. These are some highlights. In response to increasing societal awareness of environmental harm, industries and practitioners all have been interested in operating their enterprises, which can include the environmental sustainability principles and less harm the environment. In this paper, an economic production quantity model is developed where circular economy are guided by the above mentioned principles through their design, implementation, and evaluations processes as to contribute to the environmental sustainability, as to minimize the environmental effects, save resources, and for the long-term sustainability, smart production model is considered incorporating circular economy. By adopting the intelligent production technologies and principles, we can realize substantial cost saving and enhance the environmental sustainability. Generally, the used items are directly discarded into the environment. However, in this paper, we will reduce the waste and maximize the value of resources and goods by prolonging their usable life, product recovery, and efficient waste management strategies. Additionally, as to develop the sustainable model, the study includes the emission generated due to production, holding, robotic inspection, recycling, and disposable processes. There are different type of emission control policies. In this, we will consider the carbon tax and cap and trade policy as to address the sustainability concerns. Objectives. The goal of this our goal of this study is to develop a smart manufacturing system that will reduce the waste and improve sustainability with a range of circularity over the products to optimize the profitability. Increasing circulation within the system improves sustainability. So we consider the circularity based demand and also the circularity based gross profit calculation, which will increase the product lifespan and lower the cost of disposing waste. As to increase the revenue, minimizing waste and carbon emission, and boost the effectiveness of resources, we consider the circularity based. As to cut down on waste and boost the effectiveness of resources, the study incorporates product recovery, where the used items are divided into two categories, recoverable and disposable ones. Recoverable ones are then recycled and used directly as the raw materials, and disposable ones, which are of no use, can be sell them to the secondary market. Furthermore, to control the carbon emissions, carbon pricing and carbon tax trade and law are implemented as to reduce the carbon emission. These are some notations. Then assumptions. A manufacturer consider the smart production system while making and delivering an item to the customer. The demand is a function of the circularity index, which is D naught plus A omega, where A is the maximum additional demand function, demand factor, which is based on circularity level. Then gross profit is a function of circularity index. We will calculate the gross profit as selling price minus cost price, which is also based on the circularity index. Then production rate will be always higher than the demand rate. The integration of smart technology expenses into the production system will include the purchase of smart sensors, actuators, controllers, and other changeable components for data collection and automation. Then setup cost and holding cost are fixed, which is unaffected due to circularity level. Carbon emission due to production is given. Then carbon emission due to holding, robotic sorting, recycling, and smart disposals are also considered. Then mathematical formulation. In the traditional production models, we only focus on minimizing the cost or maximizing the profit of the company without concerning any related to the environment. But with cap and trade and carbon taxation policies, we will minimize the emission, and this study have revised the production model assumptions by accounting for the good circularity index and product recovery investment. In this, we consider a smart production system with production rate P, which starts from the time period 0, and from the time period T to T1 up to time period T to T1, the production is continued, and after that from T1 to capital T, the customer's demand will be fulfilled. This is the flow of the products in which the production is considered, and the finished goods are provided to the customers. Then used products are taken back from the customers in a systematic manner. From robotic sorting manner, we will divide the used items into two categories: disposable ones and recyclable ones. Which the products or quantity which are of no use can be disposed of, that is sent to the secondary market, and the products which can be used by the manufacturers can be recycled one and used as the raw material. Then this is the inventory level represented by differential equation as follows. Average inventory is calculated. Then these are some cost components which we consider: fixed setup cost, smart production cost, technology cost, holding cost, smart robotic sorting cost, recycling cost, product recovery cost, raw material cost, and emission due to holding, production, recycling, smart disposable, and robotic sorting are considered. Then carbon tax and cap and trade cost are also considered. Then total cost without carbon emission is given by this equation. And under carbon emission control policies, the presented paper.
Excuse me, ma'am. Kindly please wind up your presentation. Directly come to the conclusion.
Okay. We consider two cases: carbon tax and cap and trade. Then these are the solution procedures, sufficient conditions. And for carbon tax and cap and trade, we will find the concavity of the model, then numerical analysis. Then when we calculate the total profit during both the cases, carbon tax and cap and trade, the total profit for cap and trade is considered to be higher. So this policy is recommended for the proposed study. Then these are the sensitivity analysis. The sensitivity analysis has been performed on the key parameters of demand function, then selling price, and on fraction of recyclable items and carbon price. Then these are some observations. As we increase the demand of the circularity level, the order quantity and profit both will increase. This advise the manufacturer as to make the more recyclable or reusable products, as to decrease the waste and minimize the environmental harm. As increases in selling price also increases the higher order quantity and profit, which will also lead to more profit to the manufacturers. Then as we increase the percentage of recyclable items, demand also increases, profit also increases, which will reduce the need for the virgin resources. As with the increase in carbon emission cost, the order quantity and profit will decrease, as the amount of carbon emission to control the amount of carbon emission by using environmental friendly strategies. These are some conclusions. In this paper, an emission control smart production inventory is considered with circularity level of the product, with the product recovery mechanism. Numerical analysis and sensitivity analysis are performed. And for the long-term growth and to extend the lifespan of goods, researchers recommend that firms should adopt more effective and efficient methods for managing waste and environmental degradation. These are some references. Thank you.
Excuse me. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just wanted to know how you have decided on the cost components. Cost components पे आपने कैसे decision लिया है?
We consider the smart production model.
Hey, I'm asking about the cost components that you have considered in your modeling. क्या आपने cost को assume किया है?
No, we have taken the data from the past papers, past research papers.
Okay. And if I ask you, what are the managerial implications of the study?
That as by increasing the circularity of the product, the demand of the product also increases. We can decrease the environmental pollutions and minimize the waste. And product recovery also considered.
When you say that as you move towards circular economy, how you can say that the demand for the product will increase? You're moving towards sustainability, that is one thing.
As
to increase the demand for the product.
Demand of the product will increase because as all are aware in today's generation, everybody has the awareness about the environmental pollution, and customers are also willing to pay more for the products which are environmental free, which are related to sustainability. So demand for the product also increases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, I would like to present paper number 165. Paper name, Statistical Inference of the Generalized Inverse Linley Distribution under Type 2 Censored Data with COVID-19 Application. Author, Dr. Rashi Hora. Ma'am, are you there? Moving on, I'd like to present paper number 91, Efficiency-Based Housing Allocation, Leveraging DEA with CCR Model for Enhanced Decision-Making in Real Estate. Author, Ishika Gupta and Himanshi. Please turn on your mic.
Good evening to one and all present here. Today I, Himanshi, and Ishika Gupta are going to present the presentation on the topic Efficiency-Based Housing Allocation Leveraging DA with CCR Model for Enhanced Decision Making in Real Estate. The aim of our project is to assist buyers in optimizing housing choices with a set budget by prioritizing key criteria like total livable area, room count, bathrooms, and frontage. This strategy involves aligning the buyer's budget with properties that offer a comprehensive set of desired features, streamlining decision making, and enhancing overall satisfaction with housing investment through a data driven approach. Starting with the definition of DEA, DEA stands for Data Envelopment Analysis. It is a quantitative method developed in late 90s by Carnes Cooper Rhodes. It assesses the relative efficiency of decision-making units, more commonly known as DMUs, in converting inputs to outputs without predetermined functional relationships. The primary goal is to identify inefficient units, serving as a benchmark for improvement. DA uses matrices of inputs, outputs, and complementary components for analysis.
Hello, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Um, is there a technical difficulty on your end?
Yes, my co-author is not able to open her mic. Can you please help? Her name is Ishika Gupta.
Shika, you can see pop-up on your screen. Please click on that. Himanshi, Ishika can see a
Yes.
pop-up window.
Yes, she can see, but she's unable to click on that. I don't know, maybe not able to get the permission to unmute.
No, I gave him permission. I gave her permission.
Your microphone is muted. It is showing to her.
Yes, she need to unmute.
So she's trying. So still she is unable to unmute herself.
Any error coming? Now please try. Ishika, please try.
So she's trying.
Now I make her co-host.
No, sir, it is showing same error that your microphone is muted.
Yes, she need to unmute.
Okay, so there has been a technical difficulty on your end, so we're gonna move on.
I can present in place of her wallpaper.
Present on her behalf?
Yeah.
Okay, please do so.
Okay, thank you. So next is CCR model that we use. CCR model in DEA stands for Canis Cooper and Rhodes model, named after the three researchers who introduced it. DEA is a non-parametric mathematical technique uses for evaluation the relative efficiency of decision-making unit in a variety of fields such as economics, operation research, and management. The primary goal of CCR model is to assess the efficiency of DMUs, which could be firms, organization, or an entity that transfer into inputs to outputs. The DA model requires input and output data for each DMU under consideration. The inputs are the resources or factors used in the production process, while the outputs are the result or products generated by DMUs. CCR model assumes that the scale of operations remain constant. This implies that if a DMU were to double its inputs and it would be double its output, maintaining a constant scale ratio. While evaluating the efficiencies of DMUs, known as output as Xij and inputs XYRj of DMUs and the variable weights UR. Now, we are moving further to the practical applications, analyzing the data. The datasets consist of a real-time information of 96,267 houses with a diverse attributes providing comprehensive details about each property. The category description column offers categorical information about property types. Numerical feature encompasses physical characteristics like exterior condition, frontage, garage spaces, interior condition, number of bedrooms, number of rooms, and others. Financial aspects include market value, sales price, taxable building, and taxable land. The datasets offers a comprehensive overview of both physical and financial aspects of the properties, making it valuable for various analyses in the real estate domain. Starting with the exploratory data analysis, the first step is to understand our data, what attributes it consists of, and that holds what values. The next step is to check for the missing values. We can see that the interior condition and the exterior condition consist most of the missing values, and number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms also considered some null values. We can see this with the help of heat map as well. Next, we treated these missing values and then again check for any missing value. So it comes out to be 0. So our data right now do not have any missing values. Moving further, the next step is to remove outliers. Like market value 0, sales price 0, number of rooms 0 doesn't make any sense in the real world. So treating outliers is next important step. Then we check minimum sales price and maximum sales price of our houses in our data. And at last, we summarizes all of our data as it consists of now, after cleaning 96,267 houses data, and none of has null value or any missing values. Then to better understanding, we plotted some of our graphs. First one is market value versus number of rooms. We see as market value increases, number of rooms also increases. The next graph was sales price versus market value. As market value is increasing, sales price is also increasing. Now a scatter plot for the grass spaces versus market value, and then finally describing our data as count, mean, and interquartile regions. After all the understanding of our data, we understand that we need to make clusters according to the budgets of a person. For example, if a person is going to buy a house, he or she has a particular budget. So according to the budget and distribution of houses as the budget, we make the 6 clusters of our data. The first cluster consists of the houses of price 1 lakh to 1,50,000, next to 1,50,000 to 2 lakh, and so on. And we stored them in different Excel files. Now, next step is to solving clusters using CCR model. Under this section, we solve the above cluster using CCR model in R using DEAR library, which is the inbuilt library in R. The first cluster that we are solving, we write the commands and calculated the efficiency in R programming. After all the calculations, we find the efficiency. Here, H1, H2, H3 are the house IDs that are unique for each house. One shows the maximum efficiency and the other efficiency like 0.886, its efficiency as well. Now, similarly, we applied the same code for the other cluster as well and calculated their efficiency.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, we are concluding. So the conclusion is, utilizing the outcomes of DEA and efficiency calculations mentioned earlier, we can streamline the process of selecting an ideal house for the buyer. Tailoring the recommendation on the desired location, we can present a curated list of houses, each ranked for maximum efficiency based on predefined criteria. This approach empowers buyers to choose a home that aligns with their preferences from a selection optimized for efficiency. By offering customers a list of houses prioritized by efficiency matrices, we enable them to make well-informed decisions. This personalized strategy simplifies the home selection process, allowing customers to secure a residence that not only meets their specific requirements but also provide maximum features and value within their budget constraints. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes.
How adaptable is the proposed approach to different housing markets in different geographical contexts?
As I also mentioned in the conclusion, that if we apply one more filter, that is desired location. For example, if we plotted the different district of location and then calculated their efficiency, it is beneficial for as well, but we have to select and separate the data according to the location, as house prices of the houses varies a lot with a location. So it is implemented, but we need to provide the filters and further some constraint our data.
And were there any unexpected results that emerged during the study?
The unexpected result that emerged the study is just general, that the garage spaces that considered to be very premium, the number of garage spaces that are houses high with the market prices are also for the small prices as well. Like nowadays, it is available in the small budget and large budget both as well.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Moving on to the next presenter, paper ID 53, paper name Risk Assessment and Prioritization Using Fuzzy, a case study of dumper breakdown. Author Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Mr. Santesh Kumar, and Mr. Gajanand Gupta. Are you there? Thank you all to the presenters for their active participation, making this session a renowned success. Concluding the session, I would like to thank the chairperson for the valuable time. I would like to call Professor P.K. Kapoor sir to felicitate Dr. Manoj Varshe and Dr. Saurabh Panwar. मैम बंद कर दो